guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm John Summers. The number of Americans applying for first-time unemployment benefits is up. The Labor Department says it received 210,000 initial applications in the week ending March 21st, 5,000 more than the previous week's unrevised number. The White House says Iran's looking for an exit out of the war. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says since the U.S. has taken out Iran's military, it's clear to them now's the time to talk.
Their ability to attack American and ally forces, as well as their ability to defend their own territory, is dwindling literally hour by hour.
Leavitt said if Iran does not deal, the U.S. will only ramp up its military offensive against them. The Pentagon's preparing to send more troops to the Middle East as the war with Iran rages on. Richard Ingalls says, according to multiple reports, troops with the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne Division will be deployed.
The announcement came as President Trump in the Oval Office said he's already won the war.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. This war has been won.
About 1,500 soldiers from the division based in Fort Bragg are expected to be sent. The White House points the finger at Democrats as the partial government shutdown drags on. Democrats rejected a Republican proposal to reopen the Department of Homeland Security with only partial funding for ICE, and instead offered a counter-proposal Wednesday.
For the Democrats in Congress, the cruelty of this shutdown is the point. Nearly 500 TSA officers have quit since the Democrat shutdown began.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says Republicans have already offered plenty of concessions with regards to ICE. President Trump says he may call up the National Guard for more help after deploying ICE agents to some airports. One person's dead, 4 firefighters recovering from minor injuries in connection with a Bronx apartment building blaze this morning. Flames could be seen shooting out of the roof. The cause is under investigation. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
President Trump's trying to make it easier for community bankers to lend people the money needed to buy a home. Bankers say a new executive order cuts through the red tape.
Having over 200 pages of documents when really less than 10 pages really matter.
Ron Butler with the Texas Bankers Association says the more paperwork there is, the more expensive it is for banks to process. A judge ordered the arrest of former Kentucky Governor Matt Bevin. The judge signed the order after finding Bevin in contempt of court following a hearing in Louisville this week. Attorneys for Bevin's estranged adopted son Jonah filed a contempt motion earlier this month, saying the former governor has not provided financial documents that he was previously ordered to turn over. A Minnesota millionaire exposed a SNAP loophole as state leaders crack down on food stamp fraud.
A retired Minnesota engineer revealed he qualified for food stamps despite significant wealth, highlighting flaws in the state's SNAP system. Lawmakers are now considering reforms to tighten income and asset verification after fraud scandals ballooned program costs. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
For the first time in more than a decade, the NFL will open the season on a Wednesday. The league announced the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks kick off Week 1 September 9th. The change from the usual Thursday kickoff games due to the San Francisco 49ers and Los Angeles Rams playing in Australia that day. I'm John Summers, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, let me see. Are we ready to roll here? Let's do a check 1, 2. I hear my voice. My. It is not the midnight hour. It's more like high noon in the Eastern time zone. We'll be getting a new day off and rolling. How about we say live from the Mid-America Truck Show? Here we are, ready to get the party started. 3 big days, Louisville, Kentucky. I think Toby Young should be very pleased. Weather-wise, for day number 1, here on a Thursday, 26th day of March. Now they're talking potentially a record high, 86 degrees. I do believe Louisville forecasters are saying that might be a record for the month of March overall, if we hit that. So a beautiful day to be out checking out the Paul K. Young Truck Beauty Championship as they'll be out there judging the trucks. How about that? Weather's going to be a little topsy-turvy for Friday and Saturday for our friends coming in as we head toward the actual weekend. Looks like most of Friday should be rain-free here in the Louisville area. If we have any rain coming through, it'll be during the overnight hours, Thursday night into Friday morning. Then don't forget to bring your winter attire. By the time we get to Friday night, Saturday morning, we'll be heading out the door to head to the show with freezing. Upper 20s, lower 30s. All right, I think we'll warm back maybe 50 degrees there Saturday. So, for those that are going to be here, Thursday, Friday, that's the best time to get outdoors, check out the show and shine. I can tell you, traffic is a proverbial mess around this joint. Since we were here a year ago, they've tore down what was the old West Wing. It's gone. The new West Wing is in the process of being built. And, boy, there's a lot of parking areas that are shut down, which places you used to park backside of the building. The easiest way to get into the Hot Shot Secret booth, booth number 12036. Same location we've been 3-4 years now, I think. We're still here, but it's a lot harder to get in parking-wise on the backside of the building. They've got law enforcement and security trying to direct people where to go. Just have your walking shoes on as you try to make your way in here for the big show. Well, typically we'd say live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, Southwest Ohio. Well, not this time around. In the heart of Kentucky. Great to have you on board. So we're getting things, trying to make sure the bugs are worked out. YouTube, Facebook, Rumble, you can catch us live. Should be streaming on the app here. Ryan Wild is working as we speak, trying to get the audio settings all in place there. We have a full slate of guests. The lineup we have over the next 3 days. I'll be talking to some of the show sponsors, Fast Fuel Systems, Industrial Injection. Our old friend, the guy that builds those super modified vehicles. I think Darnell, is it Steve Darnell? I may be wrong on the name, but he's going to be joining us. He's always an interesting guest. He's got a super build down at the Industrial Injection booth this year. You want to make sure get by and take some photos of that. Of course, as always, we'll be talking with our friends at the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. Several interviews. Louis Pugh will be here. Matter of fact, he's going to have some hot-off-the-press information for us. He'll be on a bit with us a little bit later this afternoon. Coming up here, just had a session with the actual FMCSA director who's here in-house, who spoke to the press and the drivers there, giving us updates on some of the latest when it comes to the non-domiciled CDLs. Delilah's Law working its way through Congress. He addressed, I think that was from 10 till 11 this morning. Louis was in the House. I think he was a part of the panel. So he'll be giving us updates on that. As always, we'll talk with our friends from Women in Trucking. The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund will be on board. We'll be talking with Fast Fuel Systems, and the list goes on and on. We've got a great setup here in the booth. Again, 12036. If you come in through the front of the venue, you'd kind of go into the north wing. We'd kind of be back in toward the left rear corner in the north wing. You'll see the Hot Shot Secret green flags extending up into the air. Got I don't know, is that a modified, a super modified? I think that bad boy's got 4 engines on it. Tuesday, Wednesday, forecasters been telling trucks. Poolers, sponsored by the folks, of course, at Hot Shot Secret. Outside of the building here, right behind us, that's where all the truck and tractor poolers that are going to be performing Saturday night are in the process of rolling in, unloading the rigs. You get a chance to walk out there and check out some of the pooling trucks, tractors, and modifieds. So how do we get things started here? I guess what better way to kick things off from the Mid-America Truck Show? Boss Man is in the house. Well, one of the bosses. It's been about, I think, maybe 3 years since we last had a chance to speak. One Kevin Kruger, and a lot has changed, actually, even with you over the last 2-3 years. So first, introduce yourself. Tell us what you do. You're technically with Gold Eagle, but he's kind of like the boss man over Hot Shot Secret. He's the guy that kind of authorizes keeping Steve Summers Overnight Drive on the air because it's expenditures. Welcome aboard, Kevin.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate the introduction. Thanks for having me. It looks like it's going to be another great show here at the Mid-America Truck Show. My name is Kevin Kruger. Like Steven mentioned, I'm with the corporate headquarters, Gold Eagle, in Chicago, Illinois. We are about a 94-year-old company. Started in 1932 in Chicago in the fuel additive business, fuel and oil. And fast forward, we purchased the Hot Shot Secret brand in 2022.
It's been 3 years already. 4 years.
Been about 4 years.
Wow,
yes, 4 years this June.
Time flies.
Yes.
So I first met you, I think, right here in Louisville, all those several years ago when Chris Gabrelchik was still in charge. And
correct.
You were working through the process, thinking Gold Eagle may be a good match with the Hot Shot Secret family. Before we get into all that, maybe take us back in time. You said 1930-something is when Gold Eagle first got underway. Yeah.
Correct.
How did they get started? Do you know kind of the history of Gold Eagle?
I do. We're started by Armin Hirsch, who would be the first generation of the Hirsch families to lead the business. Mm-hmm. He worked for a company called Black Swan, and they were located in Chicago. I believe there was a falling out between Mr. Hirsch and the owners of Black Swan, so he started out with a company called Gold Eagle, then in a storefront, selling the same products that Black Swan had sold. Did a much better job at marketing and selling and providing solutions for the consumer, which at the end of the day, both Gold Eagle and Hot Shot Secret were providing solutions for consumers for existing problems that they have in the marketplace.
Did they have, with the Swan, did they have a particular product that kind of launched them? What got them all started?
It's my understanding back in the 30s, automobiles were much different, fuel was much different, oil was much different. You're looking at more functional type fluids. So it was they were kind of Me Too products, I believe, that Mr. Hirsch had launched under the Gold Eagle umbrella. However, that Black Swan company is no longer around, which I guess is the testament to the Hirsch ingenuity. But those products were basically functional products, functional fluids and things for automobiles at that time.
And then they started, just like Hot Shot Secret, delving into other categories. I mean, they've come out. Gold Eagle was the name brand of some well-known products in this day and age.
Correct. Well, from the 30s till about the 60s, we invented the gallon windshield washer fluid product. So that's what really kind of started us from a smaller company and moved us into what I would say a smaller mid-sized business, still a lower middle market company, but those gallon washer fluid items, we blew our own molds in Chicago, made our own gallon bottles, blended our own windshield washer fluid, and that really put us on the map. And at the time, it was really us. And now windshield washer fluid is more of a regional play because you're shipping water instead of around the country, so you wouldn't. It's not economical to make windshield washer fluid in Chicago and ship it to California, for example.
Right.
So now everybody's doing it. But that was kind of our first innovation, I would say, in the quote modern era, was the 1 gallon windshield washer fluid. Then we, fast forward a few years, we bought the Stable brand.
Stable.
So the Stable fuel stabilizer, which most people are familiar with the twin neck with the red fluid, keeps your gas, stores your gas, in season. It stores it out of season. We've got many different variations now since the red Stable was first acquired and we first started marketing it. We make a product for the marine environment, which...
When you put your boat away for the winter, and it's going to sit there all...
Well, even more so in season, because that you're in such a harsh environment with all that water that your fuel naturally is going to have contaminants that your lawnmower, your snowblower, your weed whacker will not experience. So that marine formula is very aggressive towards the different types of contaminants that you get in that marine environment. And then we also make a product that treats ethanol, and that's more of an in-season product that you use through every use. As you fill up, we always recommend that you add the stable to the gas can. Don't add it to the gas tank. That way you get the stable to mix with the gasoline in your gas can, and then when you pour it into your small engine or your boat or whatever, it's already somewhat pre-mixed.
And I say you're supposed to, when you purchase gas and it's going to be sitting, you don't put it in your garage or your shed for 3 or 4 months. It needs to be in there when you first get it, right?
Correct.
It can't stabilize fuel that's already been sitting there.
That's correct. That's a great point, Steve.
Yeah.
Once gas goes bad, it's hard to rescue it. I mean, I'm sure there's products out there that would be somewhat more flammable that would allow you to burn the gas and the like an ether, maybe liquid ether type product together. But yeah, the stable's best used, optimally used at the time you purchase the gas. The gas is fresh, your stable's fresh, and then you're going to make sure that gas stays, viable for the next, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months while you're using it, or 1 or 2 years as you store something that you may not use that often.
Absolutely. All right, so hey, we're underway. Looks like everything appears to be working properly. Audio levels looking good. I tried to get rid of some of those little ding-a-lings we're hearing from like email and stuff. We'll take a quick time out. We've got lots to cover, though.
Absolutely.
Kevin's going to spend some time with us here. We're going to make our way forward through more about Gold Eagle, move into the Hot Shot Secret era, where we stand today, and I think there's all kinds of innovative things going on in Chicago, and obviously we've seen incredible expansion in Mount Gilead, Ohio, where it all started with the original Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Great to have you with us here, live from the Mid-America Truck Show. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, that's the way you do the live thing here in Louisville, Kentucky. Welcome back. Hey, we're just getting started. 3 days here. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I know we've got a lot of friends that'll be heading, a lot of folks coming in for Friday, Saturday. Looking forward to seeing you. Already had a chance to see Drummer Girl and several other of our listening friends who've made it in. Little Birdie tells me, our old friend Knucklebuster made that trip up from Mississippi. He's been calling the program for many, many years. I've never had a chance to shake hands and put a face with the voice, so looking forward to meeting him and so many others. Meanwhile, all right, so we got lots to discuss. We're coming back with our first guest of the show this year, Kevin Kruger. with Gold Eagle and, of course, the parent company of Hot Shot Secret. Where did we leave off there? We went through the windshield washer, the Sta-Bil, and...
I would just picking up where we left off with the Sta-Bil conversation. So we've expanded that brand out of the fuel tank into other things. Most of it around small engines, but we've got some corrosion inhibitors that are spray products. We've got carbon choke cleaner and other aerosols that we leverage the Sta-Bil brand and the Sta-Bil name and the trusted name to market as well. And those are being very successfully marketed and doing well in the market.
Another product I'm familiar with, have it on the desk there in my studio, is a product called Heat.
Yeah, we bought Heat out of bankruptcy in the 90s from a much larger corporation. That was another smart move by Armin Hirsch's sons, Bob and Rich Hirsch. They saw an opportunity there in the gas line antifreeze space. We purchased Heat. We have a line that's dedicated to making the Heat product. It harkens back to a day when fuel would freeze more frequently. And
I'm old enough to remember Sohio. You go or we pay the tow. When you bought Sohio's gasoline back many, many years ago, decades ago, you remember that little jingle they had?
Yeah. Well, this prevents the gas from freezing while it's in your tank and it's in your fuel lines. And it's after this last winter that we had in the Chicago area where I'm from and Ohio area where Hot Shots is based out of, and really the whole Midwest over to the East Coast. We've had some severe weather, temperatures in the single digits, a lot of times in the negative digits. That's when, the weather can take a toll on your, not only your gasoline vehicle, but in your diesel vehicle, which we'll talk about, in a few minutes as far as the Hot Shots brand. Yeah, we bought Heat. Like I said, we bought the Heat brand. That's been doing very well. It's a steady Eddie brand. Then after that, the next purchase was the 303 products, surface protectants and surface cleaners. We bought them in 2012.
Is that kind of a wax polish line of things?
Yeah, it's surface protectants. The generic name is always Armor All, right? Like Kleenex and things like that. But it's a product that protects your dashboard. It protects not only in cars but in automobiles. Our protectant really has 101 uses. That kind of took us from outside the engine, or from inside the engine to outside the engine. So we're moving away from fuel products, fuel additive products, and oil additive products to something that gives us a more balanced portfolio. And that's what the 303 brand did. That was really a niche product in California, along the West Coast up through Western Canada. We brought that to the greater marketplace through the big box automotive retailers, through Walmart, and our other distribution channels. And we've taken that brand from 5 or 6 core products to at times 40.
Wow.
And things like Trim Restorer or a Fabric Guard, different cleaners, tonneau cover cleaners and protectants, things that our consumers, the tagline is, we protect the things that you love. And those products fit well into that category because consumers are, they're passionate about, things that they're expensive, whether it's your patio furniture or your automobile or your motorcycle or your boat or your over-the-road truck. Like, they want to keep them looking nice and with minimal effort, and that's what the 303 brand delivers.
So all this stuff, it's under Gold Eagle,
Under
is
the Gold
the
Eagle.
parent company.
Correct.
You don't really see Gold Eagle per se on the label, though, or do you?
I think we buried in the back. People ask, who do you work for, and I say
Right.
Gold Eagle, and
I say, who's that?
If you're polite, you'll shake your head. Yeah, I've heard of them. But if I say, we make the stable fuel stabilizer,
Bingo.
the light bulb starts to glow a little bit. Or if I say, we make the Heat gas line antifreeze, it glows a little more. Products like that. And then I would say Gold Eagle is more of a house of brands where, we had our own brands, the Golden Touch line. the Gold Eagle line, which were more for the installer networks, which is a very crowded market at the moment. But yeah, the 303 fits right underneath the Gold Eagle brand, I guess, house of brands, if you will.
All right, well, coming up here, we're going to get to a news break here about a minute away. And when we come back, maybe we'll kind of fast forward. I guess my next question would be, somebody up there in the chain of command is out there always looking and saying, what else comes under, would be a good mix in our umbrella of brands? And maybe somewhere down the line, apparently Hot Shot Secret did come into that purview.
Yes.
So we'll delve into that. Meanwhile, okay, I almost want to give the phone number. It's just like happenstance where you say, dial us up. Sorry, folks, we can't take your calls, but we are going to be coming to you here till 5 o'clock Eastern time this afternoon, live from the Mid-America Truck Show. And I know for our affiliates around the country, the terrestrial radio, you'll be catching us live from midnight to 5 a.m. Eastern time here as we roll into, technically, by the time you listen to this, it'll be a Thursday night into a Friday morning. Lots more coming your way. Good to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Mid-America Truck Show.
USA Radio News. I'm John Summers. Travelers continue facing long lines at TSA checkpoints with the partial government shutdown still underway. The Army's rolling out new changes to its enlistment policies. Starting April 20th, the Army's maximum age for new enlistees is increasing from 35 to 42. President Trump's holding a cabinet meeting at the White House today. It comes as the war with Iran's looming large. Meanwhile, the president says Iran's absolutely negotiating to end the war with the U.S., but they're afraid to say it because they're afraid they'll be killed by their own people. For the first time in 1,400 years, a woman is leading the Church of England. Here's reporter Tammy Trujillo.
Sarah Mullally, formerly the Bishop of London, was installed Wednesday as new Archbishop of Canterbury, the 106th person in the office and the first woman ever to hold the title.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot Secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th through the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
like the men and women who power America. The people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question.
Pick it up where we left off there. Let me see. There we go. That thing's got a delay. That confuses me. All right. Live from the Mid-America Truck Show. Here we are back with Kevin Kruger. All right, so we were kind of moving forward. During the break, you were telling me everybody's heard of Valvoline. How are you guys involved with Valvoline?
Yeah, I'm excited to announce that we've partnered with Valvoline through a licensing agreement to package all of their additives. So their fuel additives, their oil additives, anything that's not actually motor oil will be packaged by Gold Eagle.
How about that?
And it's been great for us. It's been a relationship that was a long time in the making, similar to our relationship with Hot Shots, but. Valvoline, which is a trusted brand, a well-known global brand, they wanted to take all of their packagers that were packaging these non-oil products and put them with one source so that we could collaborate on things like marketing, the Restore and Protect program that's been very successful for Valvoline, and have one group that's collaborating, whether it's the Valvoline marketing team and our marketing team, the Valvoline sales team, our retail team. And it's been beneficial for both parties.
And that's obvious, like I said. I mean, Valvoline's still there. They just opened up a new oil change place close to my home 20.
Sure.
And that's big biz.
It is. And we have can't disclose all of our secrets, but we've got a hand in those Valvoline do-it-for-me shops as well.
Okay.
And this partnership went official about September 2025. You'll start to see more products, more Valvoline products on the shelves at your retailers and online, starting right about now. And then as we roll through 2026 into the 2027 retail planogram years, we'll be up and running with that brand.
And we didn't even mention when it comes to like the Gold Eagle products. Where do you find those? I mean, obviously, like the big box stores, Walmart's.
Yeah, we're fully distributed. So the stable
everywhere.
product, you'll find our stable product everywhere, from dealers to Walmart, and then everything in between: AutoZone, O'Reilly's, Advance.
Right, everybody.
Yes.
Okay. So we move forward in time. Somewhere down the line, Chris Gabrelchik felt as though he wanted to, I guess, maybe move forward, and he had done his successful thing with the Stiction Eliminator, and the product was growing on a pretty rapid scale at the time.
Yeah, well, I give credit to Mark Blackman, our CEO. Mark first met Chris at Apex in Las Vegas in about 2015. Back then the company was doing well. It was Chris and a handful of employees. As all of our listeners have heard, Chris started out of a pole barn on his property and then grew it to a much larger manufacturing facility in Mount Gilead, Ohio, where we are today. But through conversations with Chris Gabrelchik and Mark, they developed a relationship. They both think alike. They're both very innovative, and we then first approached Chris in 2017 and said, "Hey, what do you think about selling?" And at the time, Chris was hesitant. This is his baby. We still honor his legacy, and his innovation with the company today. So in 2017, Chris wasn't sure what he wanted to do. Does he want a partnership? Does he want us to purchase them? And things kind of went silent for about 3 years. And then, during the middle of the pandemic, Chris called Mark and said, hey, I think it's time to sell.
How about that?
And, there were things happening in Illinois that weren't happening in Ohio as far as lockdowns and, being able to actually come to work. But if someone were to say, you're buying a company during the middle of a pandemic, that's crazy. And I think I had said that a few times to Mark, but as it turned out, it's a really good partnership. And so from 20 to 22, we did our due diligence. We met the Hot Shots team, the great team that they have.
They had a lot of stuff back behind the scenes, a lot that had to be done to make sure everything's on the up and up and everything's, Yeah,
and then that's kind of my role, right? Like making sure, you ask who's looking for the next acquisition. And, Mark and we're basically like the acquisition team. Like we've in our, in my career with Gold Eagle, we've looked at close to 300 companies, and we felt that Hot Shots brand was the best fit. So in that period from 20 to 22, all the back office things had to happen, and our due diligence on the brand, environmental, and all that stuff that you would expect with a chemical company.
Right.
But then we were blessed to close in June of 2022, and it's been a great ride ever since then.
And my understanding is Hot Shot continues to grow the complete line, and they're still coming out with new products over the past year for the diesel exhaust fluid Defender. Is DEF Fender, I guess, is the short term.
Yes, yeah.
And they just came out with some sort of new oil. I mean, racing oils and all that stuff you can find here in Louisville. I know the general line, especially for like the automobile and the Stiction Eliminator, the everyday diesel treatment, but they've come out with a ton of stuff that I'm not even well versed on.
Well, you're correct, and we've got more products that are in the development pipeline at the moment. I kind of hesitate to say what they are, given the fact that all of our competition is here today, but there's room in the marketplace for all of us to play, right? There doesn't need to be one dominant player. There's plenty of loyal consumers all around. But the nice thing about the Hot Shots team is they are very innovative. We've got a strong innovation team back in Mount Gilead, Ohio. We have, we've equipped them with all the necessary testing equipment that backs up our label claims. So everything we say on the label can be supported by evidence. And we listen to the consumer. Our dealer network is very important. Our dealer network allows us to talk to the folks who are working on the diesel engines and who are experiencing problems and who come to us for solutions. And I would say everything we've developed is a result of either our innovation team in Ohio finding a problem, identifying a problem and creating a solution, or some consumer, whether it's here at Matt's or at Apex or at SEMA, that says, hey, I need to solve this problem. So like, the Defender, it's crystallization in the DEF fluid, which is an issue, right? So we've created a product that's a premium crystal Defender product that, eliminates the crystallization and then all the associated headaches that could come with that.
Going back in time, I remember when, we were all familiar with Chris would come in and be on the show and talk about what he does and his how he wanted to make everything be the best of the best, and said, hey, he's selling the company. Are they going to come in, buy this, and start cutting everything down, water it down, and make it cheaper and, try to pad their bottom line? You guys haven't touched the research and development. You still make sure that everything Hot Shot Secret makes is going to be the best of the best.
That's correct. And in my role, we jokingly refer to me as the boss man, but it's myself and Brett Tenner and the other great leaders back in Mount Gilead. My role is to let them be innovative. We provided capital to the business to allow them to buy equipment and to explore new opportunities, and we don't want to mess up a good thing. I do set guardrails around what we should be doing and what we shouldn't be doing, only because Gold Eagle is a 94-year-old company. I've seen what works and what doesn't work. And it doesn't mean it can't work, but a lot of times if we've hit our head against the wall enough times, I don't want to see this Hot Shots team do the same thing.
Correct.
So we've let them hands off, let them run their operation with oversight from myself and others in Chicago, but don't want to stifle that innovation, don't want to stifle the new product pipelines, and keep the momentum going for the brand.
I mean, it's a very competitive business. I mean, there's you look at the shelf, and there's this brand, and many of them say they do the same thing. Sometimes you say, well, if it's an 8-ounce bottle, I'm much better off getting that 32-ounce bottle because it's close to the same price. Many of Hot Shot Secret's products are, what is the word? Condensed or concentrated.
Correct.
Yeah. So you're actually getting more benefit out of some of these smaller packages. Other companies, they'll actually have just a small amount of active ingredient and just a bunch of fillers.
Yeah, and this is not speaking to our competition or to the Hot Shots brand, but a lot of times when you have when you're marketing and selling chemicals, 5% of that chemical, up to 5% is the magic juice that makes the product work, and then the other 95%, like you said, is a filler. It's a carrier, whether it's water or some type of oil. Our products, the Hot Shots products specifically, it's more than just additives and 5% additives and a carrier. These are highly engineered products where double digits percentage of this, double digit percentage of that, and it all equals up to 100% of the product. And our team in Ohio is constantly looking at how can we make the product better, how can we tweak it, what can we do to make it more effective than it currently is today. And sometimes the consumer doesn't see that. The Stiction Eliminator from 3 years ago is not the same Stiction Eliminator today, and we don't always tout that, but it's just our innovative team just creating a better all-around product based on consumer feedback and real-world usage.
And you went from the everyday diesel treatment, and then for years you had to, wintertime would roll out, you have to get your anti-gel in 2 separate products.
Right.
And somebody said, well, why don't we put both of these products together and put it all into one package, EDT plus Winter Defense.
Exactly. Makes sense, right?
Absolutely.
It just gives the consumer, one bottle that they need to carry around in their truck, especially for the, like the passenger pickups that, don't have a lot of storage on board. You've got one product that you can either keep inside the cab in the pocket of the back door, or keep in your truck bed and add it to your fuel at every fill up. And it serves multiple purposes.
So I know you Gold Eagle, they have a whole charity side, a charitable organization, I guess.
Yes, the Hirsch Foundation.
Can you tell us a little bit about that? Because I don't know a whole lot about it, but I know Gold Eagle has a whole.
Yes, so we've through Bob Hirsch we and the Automotive Aftermarket Foundation, of which Bob, I believe he created and he led for a long time. The Automotive Aftermarket Foundation, is something that we market through Apex and MEMA and those channels. But the Hirsch Foundation provides relief to different people in the automotive space. There's a scholarship foundation for employees of Gold Eagle and family members of Gold Eagle that supports your post-secondary education. That's a very generous fund. Even if you leave Gold Eagle on good terms, you're still able to apply for that scholarship for yourself or for your children. And it's one of those, kind of those silent benefits to working for Gold Eagle that we don't really tell people during the recruiting process. We do a lot of nice things, as they do at LSI in the Hot Shots brand, that we don't like to tout during recruiting. But once you come into the organization, you're like, oh, I didn't realize that. Like, I believe we give more, holidays than a typical company would give. We're very generous with our PTO. Those are all things that attract, good candidates and good talent. But the the Hirsch Foundation, providing that scholarship not only to employees and their families, but also to the community. Every year we pick a local charity that's doing God's work or good work in the community, and we fund that. And those are things that you won't see on our website. You won't see through our social media. We don't do those to get publicity for them. We do it because it's the right thing to do, and it's the right thing to do as a member of the community.
Okay, and do you guys kind of have to sign off on some of the charitable things done via Hot Shot Secret? We've got the world's largest truck convoy coming up in Harrisburg, PA, here Mother's Day weekend, and they've always, again this year, matching dollar for dollar, like $5,000 worth of donations from the trucking community, and that goes to the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Yes, so all the charity basically rolls through. It rolls through like what I would say is a committee, and we fully support all the charitable work that the Hot Shots brand has done. The last 25 years. That wasn't going to stop. And that's to an earlier point. You buy a company, you want to start stripping cost out of it because all you're doing is looking at the bottom line. We actually leaned in on the charity side. Brett Tenner, the president, will come to me and say, "Hey, we're sponsoring this fishing contest or this fishing event for children that maybe don't have the means to buy fishing equipment and tackle and things like that. What do you think about this?" I'm like, "Hey, no problem. We're definitely going to sponsor that." So I believe that the more you give back, the more you actually get, whether you want to really get or not. Mm-hmm. But we 100% support the things that the Hot Shots brand had always been doing.
And you guys kind of came in and you said, "Hey, this guy's got a radio show," which is unheard of for like an oil company or an additive company.
Yes.
We're still here, and
yes.
I guess I have to say thank you so much. It's hard for me to believe that we're now on our we're 5 years in, working toward 6 years in with the Overnight Drive radio program. Well,
you've been a great ambassador, Steve, for the brand. And I know we're trying to work in some Gold Eagle brands here, specifically 303. Hopefully we can get some Valvoline products on your desktop for the, in the future going forward. But, this is a way to talk to the consumer. I mean, I do listen to the show on the podcast. I'm familiar with all the characters that call in. I'm hoping that that we'll see maybe Monkey Gouger here today. I'm not sure. But
he had to back out at the last minute.
Okay.
Yeah,
I know Gary Sampley was going to come. He's backed out.
The Grump.
The Grump. Yep. So, but it's listeners like that's our base, right? Like we are here with our base. All of the folks walking around, they buy our products, they trust our products, and we weren't gonna pull the plug, if you will, on your show.
I'm very grateful. Okay, how about behind the scenes? Anything you can talk about, maybe in development, moving forward? Any?
Not specifically. I'll say that the automotive engine is rapidly changing, whether it's the weight of the oils that, they were going thinner and thinner and thinner with the 0W, and then, you've seen some of the domestic OEMs are having more problems with lifters and other internal comparts. So now the oil's getting thicker and thicker, right? Maybe let's say back to the 5W30 weights. The fuel is changing. We thought E90 was a big deal, and then it went to E85, and now they're testing E80 in certain parts of the country. I mean, these are things that they mean well, but they have effects, right? And both, and with ultra low sulfur diesel and things like that on the diesel side, the regulatory bodies mean well, but they cause downstream effects that they either aren't aware of or don't care about. And that's where our products come in. Our products will eliminate the moisture in fuel and allow these fuels, both gasoline and diesel, to combust in the engine as they're supposed to, right? Mm-hmm. Without the detrimental side effects to your fuel systems, your fuel rails, your injector, and so forth. So what are we working on at Gold Eagle? We're working on the next solutions for oil additives and fuel additives, specifically cleaners, these direct injection, fuel injection engines where, you're getting deposits on the backside of the valves and things like that. Like, we're always looking for the next innovative solution that will, clean up carbon and deposits and other things throughout the engine.
A lot of geopolitical uncertainty right now. Price per barrel has been through the roof. Truck drivers are kind of struggling to fill their vehicles. A lot of owner-operators are saying if prices don't come down, it's going to kill me. Does the price per barrel affect manufacturing some of these products? Is it increasing cost to make some of these products right now?
So it does. We on the supply chain of refining oil, right, and refining products, we are farther down the supply chain than let's say gasoline or motor oil. But as diesel fuel becomes more expensive, then freight's more expensive, and as petroleum products become more expensive, bottles and caps and things that are derivatives of petroleum, those become more expensive. So, a lot of our suppliers will like to tell us, hey, the barrel price of oil went from 100 to 115. We're going to increase your price 15%. Well, hang on. That wasn't an overnight thing. It takes a while for the supply chain to feel the effect. And then as the price per barrel goes down, hopefully in the next few weeks here, takes a long. You
have a gut feeling. You have a feeling like, hey, the Strait of Hormuz, we got to get things moving again. You think it's all going to settle down pretty quick?
So what I'm told is that the Strait of Hormuz for the United States only provides 15% of our supply.
Correct.
So
it's everybody else. That
it's affecting.
India,
right.
Asia, that really needs that oil.
But it is a global economy.
Correct.
Right? So. While gas stations and other suppliers are quick to hike prices immediately based on some bad news, and maybe a lot of that's the media, it is affecting our global economy. So we do need that to be free, so that we can get the ships through. And we're in a rough period right here, like with tariffs, that we are experiencing some cost pressures.
Getting raw ingredients, base materials from...
getting things from overseas, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And even people in America that are sourcing from outside the country, we're all kind of feeling that pressure. But, it's going to take a couple of months here for us to get through this conflict in Iran. And then, I would say the third fiscal quarter or the third calendar quarter, we should start to see some relief.
Good deal. Yeah. Well, we got a couple minutes left here. Believe it or not, we've almost burned hour number 1 here at the Mid-America Truck Show. Any final thoughts, things you'd like to share with the audience out there?
Yeah, just my gratitude to you, Steve, for having us on and for keeping the Hot Shots brand, in front of the consumer and your loyal listeners and audience. And I want to thank the consumers who are following us on the various media platforms that for trusting us, for trusting the team. For products that perform to the label claims. This is it's a hard-working team. They put their effort into it every day, and they're really proud of the work that they're doing. And they couldn't make all this happen without feedback from the consumers, positive and negative. Right, we love the constructive feedback, but it's been a good ride so far, and I'm glad you've been a key part of that.
I'm just thankful to be here.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so we're about a minute from news break here. What do we have coming up? I think next on the list, Kyle was kind of penning some additional guests in here. He's like, hey, I want to get these industrial injection. I think we're going to kind of split that up into a couple of segments here. Shane Williams is the owner, president of Industrial Injection. He'll be joining us. Dustin Hembury, I think he's the machine shop manager. They're over here getting ready to jump in, right? Then coming up in the second half of the hour, Steve Darnell. That was the guy I was trying to think of. He's the guy that builds these wild and crazy builds, as they call them.
Yes.
He's got something incredible down here. Just a couple of doors down from us here at the Mid-America Truck Show. You got to get by and see that. He'll talk a bit more about it. I think last year we were talking about he was in the process of buying this old abandoned town in Las Vegas. And he was building his own little, farm town. He was going to make something cool out of it. He'll be giving us all the updates on what we anticipate there and so much more to come. Meanwhile, we'll try to get to some of our news industry headlines, more on what's going to be taking place here at the Mid-America Truck Show over the next 3 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But as we roll into our news break here, thank you once again, Craig and Kevin Kruger, for joining us in hour number 1. News update, a service of Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. You can learn more at industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm John Summers. The number of Americans applying for first-time unemployment benefits is up. The Labor Department says it received 210,000 initial applications in the week ending March 21st, 5,000 more than the previous week's unrevised number. The White House says Iran's looking for an exit out of the war. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says since the U.S. has taken out Iran's military, it's clear to them now's the time to talk.
Their ability to attack American and ally forces, as well as their ability to defend their own territory, is dwindling literally hour by hour.
Leavitt said if Iran does not deal, the U.S. will only ramp up its military offensive against them. The Pentagon's preparing to send more troops to the Middle East as the war with Iran rages on. Richard Ingalls says, according to multiple reports, troops with the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne Division will be deployed.
The announcement came as President Trump in the Oval Office said he's already won the war.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. This war has been won.
About 1,500 soldiers from the division based in Fort Bragg are expected to be sent. The White House points the finger at Democrats as the partial government shutdown drags on. Democrats rejected a Republican proposal to reopen the Department of Homeland Security with only partial funding for ICE, and instead offered a counter-proposal Wednesday.
For the Democrats in Congress, the cruelty of this shutdown is the point. Nearly 500 TSA officers have quit since the Democrat shutdown began.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says Republicans have already offered plenty of concessions with regards to ICE. President Trump says he may call up the National Guard for more help after deploying ICE agents to some airports. One person's dead, 4 firefighters recovering from minor injuries in connection with a Bronx apartment building blaze this morning. Flames could be seen shooting out of the roof. The cause is under investigation. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
President Trump's trying to make it easier for community bankers to lend people the money needed to buy a home. Bankers say a new executive order cuts through the red tape.
Having over 200 pages of documents when really less than 10 pages really matter.
Ron Butler with the Texas Bankers Association says the more paperwork there is, the more expensive it is for banks to process. A judge ordered the arrest of former Kentucky Governor Matt Bevin. The judge signed the order after finding Bevin in contempt of court following a hearing in Louisville this week. Attorneys for Bevin's estranged adopted son Jonah filed a contempt motion earlier this month, saying the former governor has not provided financial documents that he was previously ordered to turn over. A Minnesota millionaire exposed a SNAP loophole as state leaders crack down on food stamp fraud.
A retired Minnesota engineer revealed he qualified for food stamps despite significant wealth, highlighting flaws in the state's SNAP system. Lawmakers are now considering reforms to tighten income and asset verification after fraud scandals ballooned program costs. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
For the first time in more than a decade, the NFL will open the season on a Wednesday. The league announced the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks kick off Week 1 September 9th. The change from the usual Thursday kickoff games due to the San Francisco 49ers and Los Angeles Rams playing in Australia that day. I'm John Summers, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what do you say? Here we go. Another hour. Kicking off day number 1. Live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. For our listening friends out there, beautiful, beautiful weather to kick things off this year. 86 degrees, they tell us, for our high this afternoon. We'll take it. Things go a little downhill from there. Bring your windbreaker. They say 30-mile-an-hour winds, maybe. A little rain overnight. A pretty nice day for Friday, and then just a cool day for Saturday. I don't think Toby should be very concerned about weather impacting folks rolling in. As we get hour number 2 underway, as well, for those who've been here before, been there, done that, it's kind of like the revolving musical chairs. We welcome our next set of guests. Hey, we're hearing a lot from you guys on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, one of our primary sponsors right now, Industrial Injection. Great to have you with us. Pull your mic up close. There you go.
How are you?
You're back again. I'm doing well. How are you?
We're doing great.
Starting off with Dustin and Shane, is it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Introduce yourselves. Tell us what you do with Industrial Injection.
I'm Shane Williams. I'm the one of the owners of Industrial and also the president and the CEO. Dustin?
Yep. I'm Dustin Hembury. I'm general manager of our Richfield reman facility. We do a lot of engine remanning right now, and we're moving into the heavy-duty injector reman. We're not moving into it, just at my facility.
So we're going to break it all down for the folks out there, but I share with them at the top and bottom of every hour: fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, complete diesel engine kits.
Yep.
Yeah. Where do folks begin with you? Where do they find you, first of all? And tell us what you do. I mean, because you're located in one place. Can you work with people all over the country, or how does that work?
So our headquarters are in Salt Lake City, Utah. And, a lot of our remanufacturing processes, happen in Salt Lake as far as our turbocharger remanufacturing, our turbocharger distribution, our fuel injection remanufacturing, and then, even some of our engine remanufacturing was done in Salt Lake as well. We've had a machine shop in Richfield that did all that, that we work on all the engine machine work and things like that. Something that's new that's came up for us is, we've moved into a new facility in Richfield, and that new facility is approximately 60,000 square feet, and it's we're building that out to ramp up our engine remanufacturing, and it. Basically, Richfield will be our remanufacturing center, and then Salt Lake will be, for the most part in the future, our distribution center.
Okay.
So it's been a really big thing for us. It's been a huge move for our company. We're going to probably close to quadruple our engine output, but along with with what that is, we've kind of been known, in the industry as far as having some of the best remanufactured and performance diesel, light duty diesel pickup truck engines in the industry. With this expansion, we've always done heavy duty as well, as far as engine parts, turbochargers, fuel injection, but we're scaling to get into the heavy duty market. And the cool thing with that is we're able to apply a lot of the things that we've understood and learned and known, especially in the light duty market, especially with the high performance. When you're trying to make 3,000 plus horsepower with a pickup truck engine, a Cummins 6.7 or.
So you're working with some of the like these racing guys, the Outlaw Diesel series and all that, NHRDA, and.
But to be able to have that understanding and that knowledge of how to make that kind of horsepower out of a small engine, we're going to take those same technologies and apply them to the heavy duty industry as well, and not necessarily to make big horsepower or whatever. Of course, I'm sure we'll get into a lot of that, which we already are, but we're gonna that understanding of what it takes to, and the precision and the preciseness to be able to make that kind of power and apply that to the heavy duty market with the quality and the understanding of what this engine needs and what it doesn't need is huge. There's not anyone out there that I think they can duplicate that type of experience and that type of knowledge, especially in the heavy duty market. It's a big move for us and a big thing that we're scaling right now and plan in the future to be make a big impact.
Would you say this is your line of work? Is it a very competitive business? A lot of folks competing for the same people out there?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's competitive, but it's easy to stand alone. When we started with fuel injection and work, since we've been in business over 41 years. We've started with fuel injection, coming up from the old school industrial and agricultural stuff all the way up into this new stuff. So it's not really easily replicated what we do. You know what I mean? So yeah, there is some other industry stuff out there, but it's nothing like what we can do because we can bring the whole engine together. So you'll have a fuel shop maybe, or a turbo shop, or an engine shop. We're a one-stop shop that does, our engine's outfitted with the injectors that match the engine, the turbo, the air, all that stuff.
Yeah,
so
there's a lot to add to what Dustin's saying is there's a lot of companies out there that that might do this well or that well or whatever as far as fuel injection or turbochargers or engine work or whatever or even performance for that matter, right? Mm-hmm. But as far as one place that can combine all of that can help you from point A to point B, from the brain, lungs, nervous system, if you will, of the diesel engine to the body of the diesel engine, the legs, the arms, the torso, the whatever, as far as the engine's concerned, and then the brain and the heart and the lungs as far as the air and the fuel injection system, and have that all combined in one place. That not only do we sell that stuff, but we actually manufacture it, we remanufacture it, we understand it, we know it. That is hard to duplicate. Like I said, I'd be hard pressed for anyone to show me somebody else that can duplicate that. That's a big deal.
When do I start looking for you? I've got a truck and I've got 2 million miles on it, and I think it's time for, what do you call it, a reman or an overhead or what?
Yeah, all of that. I mean, we have everything, like on our website at industrialinjection.com. I mean, we have everything for the maintenance stuff. Like, I mean, you should start looking for us right now. We've got a lot of different things to just keep your truck, going, from upgrade kits and stuff like that to, help with some of these little things that might make an engine wear out sooner, or, maintenance stuff, all the way up to a full rebuild. There's not really in today's world with fuel and different things, there's not really like, hey, at 125,000 miles you need to do this, at 1 million miles you need to do this. It's like you need to be maintaining it and making sure that you have quality parts to put in it when it's time to rebuild. I don't know that the engines, especially in the heavy duty world, I don't think we're seeing the 1 million mile engines out of these new ones anymore. You know what I mean? They're the components are there's a lot more components in an injector than the old mechanical stuff, and so it's a lot of that.
Is it because of like the DEF? And
there's a lot of different
hotter
things
now, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of things.
100%.
The engines run hotter, and let's be honest, we're trying to move more freight across the country. We're pushing them harder. If you're not a truck driver that's overworked, you're not a truck driver.
Right.
You know what I mean? They're probably everybody out there is trying to get it done as fast as they can, and the speed limits have increased. I don't know if you've noticed that. Just the speed limits themselves, especially out in the West, it's 80 mile an hour speed limit. Mm-hmm. So in order for a truck to keep up to the speed limit, 80 miles an hour, it's pushing it way harder. You know what I mean? You're going to have more fatigue on the engine and problems a lot sooner.
And you're going to be burning a lot more fuel, too.
A lot more fuel.
The whole wind resistance thing is supposed to be, one of the things that you heavily talk about is injector cups. What the heck are you talking about? I have no idea, but for the drivers out there, maybe they know.
Yeah. So we have a product called our Torque Lock injector cups. And back to what I was kind of saying earlier, a lot of our experience and knowledge and understanding that's developed and came out of some of the diesel pickup truck performance world, a lot of those same technologies we've been able to apply to the big rig market,
okay,
to the heavy duty market. So our Torque Lock injector cup is for the single cam ISX X15 engines. And basically what it is it's an injector cup that, instead of being swedged in there, like a cup that's basically swedged into the head, which has a tendency to loosen over time. You got a cast iron head and a stainless steel cup or whatever that's in there. You get the expansion and contraction of the cast iron versus the stainless, and when you have the two metals, guess what happens? It loosens, right? So basically there was some different fixes out there, and that they can come out with a ring or whatever that you press in and basically re-swedge the cup back in to expand it out to get it to fit back in the head. Well, all right, well, that's a temporary fix. It doesn't fix the problem. What we have is we actually have a kit. It's a tool that goes into the head, and it threads the bore, and so then you can actually screw a cup in, and it locks in. It doesn't ever come out. It's a permanent fix.
So you can do that on the truck, so you're not having to pull the cylinder head off.
Yeah, that's the cool thing, too.
It's designed to be able to do it by just popping the injectors out and doing it. I got a lot of guys do it in their driveway, but a shop or something can put that in. And
so do they leak?
Yeah, that's the problem. Those single cam ISXs, and it's not just the ISX, it's the QSX, it can be in farm equipment. I mean, they use them in marine applications. That engine's used all over the place. QSX, ISX, X15, anything that's basically the single cam, Cummins in that family. So like I said, it's a permanent fix, and you can do it on the engine. You don't have to pull the head, which, if you had an injector cup problem before, basically your option was you buy a new head, or you pull the head off and have to do this whole job.
You're leaking fuel, right?
No, so what happens is the cup, all it is really a sleeve. There's no injector seating in it, so this sleeve is just blocking off a coolant passage to your fuel return that's happening inside that bore. So as that cylinder head distorts and twists under heat, and it's a big, long piece of cast iron, the sleeve loosens up and starts seeping antifreeze into your fuel return. So then you're getting
cross-contamination. Fuel in the fuel in the coolant, the fuel back and forth.
A lot of your listeners right now are looking down at their dash and seeing a water and fuel light is on right now, and that's 90% of the reason is those cups are leaking in that X15, and it's basically putting water right back into your fuel tank. It's going right through the return. You're getting worse mileage. You're getting an uneven burn when you inject water into your valve train. There's a lot of things that these cups are going to fix and eliminate problems down the road.
So, working on some new technologies along that same line is we're currently working on the Mack Volvo applications as well.
Yeah.
Because those are even more infamous than the Cummins application for the leakage.
Yeah.
I mean, the Cummins are bad, but the Mack Volvos are horrible. Yeah. So that's a product that's soon to come. So stay tuned for that for sure. That's going to be a big deal.
Okay. You were talking about maybe some expansion taking place. You 60,000 feet. That's a pretty good size.
Yeah, all pretty much dedicated to engine remanufacturing for light duty engines and also heavy duty engines.
Okay,
that's whether it's a Cat C15 or a Cummins ISX or a Series 60 or across the board. We're getting into that. We've been into that, but we're getting more heavily into that, to making sure that eventually we'll have exchange like short blocks, long blocks, maybe even complete engines like ready to go.
Okay, we're going to get a quick 2-minute timeout, and when we come back, we got to fill folks in a little more about where you're at here, what you're doing here at the Mid-American Truck Show, what you might be able to offer people here. Does that sound like a plan?
Absolutely.
Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
He was kind of dressed up like the Blues Brothers, wasn't he? Yeah. That's old cue ball. A.K.A. Steve Foschek. Are you familiar with him?
I recognized him.
That's old cue ball. He's got, last year when he was here, Orwell He's the guy that had Orwell, the cab over truck.
Oh, okay.
The famous.
Yeah.
And he has the FSC Trucking YouTube page, big influencer. So, yeah, that's him.
Yeah, I knew I recognized
I wondered if he kind of works with you guys. I'm not sure. He works with the Gentrys and, Steve Gentry and whatnot.
Yeah, we'll have to talk to him for sure.
Yes. All right, I digress. Where did we leave off there? We had several other things we wanted to hit on here.
So, one thing that's kind of, I think, important to kind of understand and kind of know is along with, this expansion, we've always been, infamous for our diesel fuel injection, remanufactured product, right? Well, we've been building this out over the last, 10 years, but, we've as we expand, we've also made big investments in some of the latest and greatest in fuel injection technology and test equipment and test stands, and our heavy duty injector program has come a long ways, from where it has been. We're scaling again for volume, but we're also scaling for quality. That's the most important thing.
Okay.
And as far as what we've done in regards to that is, like I said, we've made the purchases and the investments in the very latest and greatest test equipment that there is, so that we can accurately trim code cat injectors to where there's other people out there that reman cat injectors, the C15, whatever, and you'll get like a generic trim code on it or whatever. We have the ability to actually give you the true, like, real trim code for what those are. So we've also had lots of experience with being able to vet out the proper components and the proper parts for the injectors, the solenoids, the things like that. There's a lot of stuff that's floating around in the aftermarket that's just real, quite honest with you, like junk.
Really?
I mean, yeah, for sure. Well, we've been around the horn on it, trust me, but we've been able to vet that out, and I'm 100% confident that we have the very finest, the very best quality heavy duty injectors that can be had, bar none. And so we've also, not just made the investment in the equipment and done our due diligence to vet out all the proper componentry and the proper manufacturers who make the individual parts for the injector to make sure that the quality is the very best. But we've also assembled a team of the very best fuel injection, heavy duty fuel injection technicians
in the country.
There is in the country and probably anywhere for that matter. Like, there's our team is, it can't be beat. Like, like, show me a better team. I dare you. It can't happen. Yeah. Now, best of the best, 100%.
So what's the best way to get? So I need injectors. What do you do? You go to the website, order?
You can go to the website. That's another thing that makes us stand out is we actually have, a sales team and a sales force that's on the phone. You can call in, get right to somebody, and to just talk about this problem or this injectors. If you think you're having injector problems, talk to some of our technicians, and they're the ones that are actually building the product too. A lot of our sales force, they all drive these trucks. They've all we have a lot of tenure. There's a lot of guys that are there and been involved with the growings of industrial over the last 40 years. And we'll walk through it with you. We'll let you know, hey, this is where you're at with it. You probably do need injectors. But along those lines, these are the things you need to do to keep them clean. I think one of the coolest things that we do when you buy a set of injectors from Industrial is you get a test kit that comes along with it that you can test right there live time. You can test your own fuel to make sure that you don't already have contaminants in there that wiped out your injectors, or maybe an injection pump problem or something like that you're dealing with. So you can test it right there and make sure that the new injectors you're putting in are not going to have an issue because the fuel is already contaminated that wiped out those injectors. So we try to give you guys, like the users of these injectors and the customers, the best bang for their buck, and try to make sure that we're helping them along the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Part of the inception of Hot Shot Secret it started with Stiction Eliminator, designed by Chris Gabrelchik for the injectors that had an oil side.
Yeah.
Do they still, was that an international or something?
They're still UE, like the Huey style injectors and stuff like that. We still do a lot of those injectors. They've, Common Rail coming out has kind of changed a lot of that, but there's still just a lot of reasons to make sure you have good quality fuel.
And I mean the rail system, the high pressure Everything's high pressure now, right? Is that putting a big strain on them? Or?
Yep.
For sure.
That's the big thing, too, is, with the higher pressures, there's tighter tolerances. So we have to have more specialized machinery, more specialized tooling to be able to reman this stuff and even just quality check the material that the parts are made out of. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot going into the reman side of, and not even just when we reman a part, but quality checking the vendors coming from, the OEs that we're sending parts to, that we've assembled, ways to make sure that we're putting the best quality product from even these reputable vendors, these reputable OEs that we're getting parts from for these injectors.
Okay.
Yeah, tight tolerances definitely mean, the more importance and the more of the need for, like quality fuel additives and things like that. Like that's a big deal.
Okay.
So yeah.
We got a timeout coming up here, and I think, I don't know, we're kind of splitting you guys up into a couple segments. I don't know if Steve's going to join us here next, or
he'll kind of give you.
We'll get it all sorted out here following the news break.
Perfect.
All right.
Thanks, Steve.
Industrial injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions, from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines, built for the trucks that can't afford downtime. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News. I'm John Summers. Travelers continue facing long lines at TSA checkpoints with the partial government shutdown still underway. The Army's rolling out new changes to its enlistment policies. Starting April 20th, the Army's maximum age for new enlistees is increasing from 35 to 42. President Trump's holding a cabinet meeting at the White House today. It comes as the war with Iran's looming large. Meanwhile, the president says Iran's absolutely negotiating to end the war with the U.S., but they're afraid to say it because they're afraid they'll be killed by their own people. For the first time in 1,400 years, a woman is leading the Church of England. Here's reporter Tammy Trujillo.
Sarah Mullally, formerly the Bishop of London, was installed Wednesday as new Archbishop of Canterbury, the 106th person in the office and the first woman ever to hold the title.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hotshot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back at it here. Coming to you live, Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. Kind of getting day number 1 off and rolling. All right, back with our friends from Industrial Injection. Yeah, Shane sticks around. Seen this guy a time or two. I think this is our maybe 3rd year. Steve Darnell, welcome back.
Yeah, here we are again, another year at the Mid-America Truck Show. It's a good one.
Beautiful day out there today.
Man, it's great. It's great.
It's supposed to get close to like 90, doesn't it? Like 86 or something?
I think that may be a record high, but
yeah, then tomorrow
it changes.
It'll be 50.
It always happens in Louisville. You might have spring
it's crazy.
to winter or winter to spring, and it's typical for this place. But Steve, what brings you back down with Industrial Injection? What have you concocted this time around?
Well, we brought back the the first year we brought the Peterbilt, right? Yeah, the first year we brought my El Diablo Loco is the name of it's a 379 Peterbilt, and it was it was an 07. It's an older truck, but I kind of restored it to just a cool truck. The interior is really neat. I don't know if you've been down. You've looked at it, right?
I came down and saw it a little bit earlier. Kyle brought me down there, and that's fascinating. I said, you can actually take that on the road. I said, yeah, we drove it here from Las Vegas.
Yeah, we drive it. We definitely drive it. And the first year we drove it down, we had a ISX in it. We had a Cummins in it. It ran good. I mean, had a lot of miles on it. It was starting to show signs of wear. And, we kind of started throwing around the idea of putting a cat motor in it. My buddy Mario up in Canada, he said, hey, if you guys come up with some parts, bring it up and we'll put a motor in it for you. Mm-hmm. So last year we went up there, we found a C15 block, kitted it, put it all together. We got the industrial head, we put a cylinder head on it. Industrial injection injectors, turbo, the quick spool turbo.
Yeah, it's the QS2.
Yeah.
So it's the latest rendition of the quick spool. So it's got a larger compressor wheel, larger turbo wheel, and it's kind of the new hot thing right now. We're doing a lot with those, and it's pretty awesome. Like
it's a hot turbo that's supposed to make 600-700 horsepower, but we made 918 horse on the dyno with it, and we slipped the clutch. Probably would have went over 1,000 horsepower, but we just have a mild clutch in it. We're not drag racing this truck, but on the dyno up there, Mario's, we ran 918 before it slipped the clutch, and and that turbo works good. I mean, man, I'll tell you what, that cat is an angry, I'm not fully, like these truckers that are listening right now that are driving down the road are pulling, 50,000 pounds behind them. I'm not pulling probably that much weight because, I'm Bob Teld, basically got a single axle with a rollback on it with a car on the back. So, but I'm making decent mileage. I don't over rev the truck or run it up there too high, but it flows, that head that we got on it flows really good. The turbo that's on it and the injectors are almost a perfect combination of peak performance for this truck for what I'm doing with it. With the tuner turned off, just stock driving the thing, it's still making 700 horse. You hit a hill and cruise, it doesn't even, it just right over the hill, and
so you've got a special build. Did someone come to you and ask you to put this concept together, or is this just something you came up with? And you've built so many different vehicles over the years, but you're working with these guys at Industrial Injection, using a lot of their stuff to get all this horsepower and whatnot. Is that?
Well, I mean, on that truck, we were looking at dependability, not necessarily horsepower. I mean, the truck makes plenty of horsepower for what I'm doing. But what we're trying to do is show that this truck dependably will run down the road with a mild setup on it, making decent mileage and dependability. Mm-hmm. The race trucks are awesome and there's a place for them, but this is our truck that we use as an industrial injection platform. So we want it to be, smoke-free, run clean. We want it to burn good. I mean, I can definitely turn the programmer up on this thing and make a ton of smoke if I want, but that's not what we're trying to do here. We're trying to show that we can dependably put a truck together that makes a good, honest horsepower and efficiently run with good mileage, and that's what it's doing right now. I mean, we're making good mileage, great horsepower. The injectors that are in it are just awesome. It runs so good now. And I'm just kind of with a cat, and anybody that's hauling with a cat motor right now, their mileage sometimes is a little, it's a little rough, but for a C15, for the displacement this thing's making, I feel like we're doing good on mileage. I'm running religiously our additive in it, the Max MPG, which every time I pull up to the truck stop, I'm chugging in. I don't measure. There's a measurement I don't measure, probably because I get it free. But I just want to see what it'll do with what our product that we really have on the shelf. This big rig market that we're jumping into is a big deal. And mileage and dependability is everything. And if you're lacking any of that right now with the fuel prices, it's shutting truckers down. If you're an independent guy, you're shut down. So if you can gather a mile to the gallon better, that's huge. Especially if you're driving, like we drove from, I didn't drive it, but the truck I drove from Vegas to Kentucky, and if we're gained a mile per gallon, especially for a guy that's dailying, that's a lot of money on the table.
So,
and
I sorry to butt in, Steve, but I before I lose my train of thought, there's a scenario where I was working with a guy, and with just a basic setup, we increased his fuel mileage from like 4.5 to like 7.5 miles per gallon, and that was on a Cat C15, like NBM, serial number. So if you guys are out there that are familiar with those things kind of are infamous for getting horrible fuel mileage, right? So with a basic configuration, like no tune, it had a manifold, it had a full tilt manifold, it had an industrial injection quick spool turbo, and a fast fuel system we were able to increase that mileage significantly. Like what that differential, it may have had a mild tune on it, I think, but with what that was to take it from 4.5 to 7.5 miles per gallon,
that's a lot.
I mean, that's huge. Imagine getting 3 miles a gallon better fuel mileage. I mean, everyone pulls different, everyone has different loads and different, they're going, whether they're driving across the country in Nebraska, or whether they're going through the mountains, and we're out in Salt Lake in that area. There's all kinds of different variances that are going to, the driver can make a difference, and there's all kinds of different scenarios to which to what you can apply that to. But for the most part, like, let's say you only got 1 mile per gallon, right? With a basic, like setup with what that is, 1 mile per gallon better fuel mileage when fuel prices are where are they right now? I mean,
it can almost be make or
Iran
break.
thing and whatever else.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to be kidding me. Like, if you can get 1 mile per gallon better fuel mileage, that's the difference of putting food on the table and not. With
Absolutely.
basic configurations of parts that you can put on there to make significant differences.
Last live show from the studio was Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. My last several callers to the program were owner-operators talking about just what you're saying. Just, Steve, these fuel costs, right now, I'm running for nothing. I'm going to have to park it.
I've had the conversation, I think 2 times since I've been here. Some young kids actually from Utah were here. Came all the way out to the show, by the way. But one of the boys, he hauls hay, and, he's pulling a set of doubles. He's going into California back and forth, and he's like, I think I'm going to have to shut my truck down. Mm-hmm. He goes, it's costing me money to almost run my truck right now. And it's scary. It's really scary. And, you look at these guys that are running fleets right now. I mean, they have no choice but to jack the price up and keep going, But you figure fuel is only one thing. And then you're looking at the repairs and the breakdowns and the, everything else that comes with these trucks. It could run you out of business, especially with this fuel increase. One little thing like this could change a guy's world, you know what I mean? And it is right now.
Well, that one particular driver said, I guess I have a locked-in rate. I signed a deal to do this whatever it is, week after week for a certain amount of money, but he didn't have any sort of written in, like, if fuel costs skyrocket. I went to him and asked if they would, and they said, well, no, you signed the deals. And so, he's going to park the truck.
Yeah. You park the truck, and then, hopefully you don't get a bad reputation out of it. You know what I mean? And it's really nobody's fault. I went to sleep and woke up the next morning, and fuel was $1.20 more. $1.20 more, not 50 cents, 30 cents, $1.50 overnight. I was just free. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
But no, I think to get back to what we're talking about, I think every little thing that you do to your truck to try to make it run efficient is where we're at right now, and to try to keep you on the road. I know that Industrial's working really hard right now. I mean, I know that they just talked to you about their new facility, but, it just shows that Industrial's been here a long time. Shane's dad was a great guy. I loved his dad. He was such a cool, the most laid-back, cool guy you ever met that knew his shit. Like, this guy knew it. Mm-hmm. And his legacy, and have these boys to kind of continue his legacy the way that it is not about production. It's about quality. And that is what we are ramping up production because of our quality, not because we're going to a different country and buying a bunch of stuff and pushing it out on the market. Shane wants to make sure. We just had this conversation last night. It's like, okay, this guy wants 10,000 injectors, blah, blah, blah. But where's our quality going to go for our own brand? And that's what we talked about, is like, why don't we just market our own brand, the quality that we want, rather than going huge production and quality control starts to go downhill. That's not what Brady would want. That's not what Shane wants, and I don't think that that's what industrial's about. It's like these guys have built products that last forever, and it's good quality stuff. We're not going to change in America, not here. And I don't think that is where we go wrong in this country. That's where we're going wrong. Everybody wants it, so let's just go to the cheapest source and start producing it.
Well, a lot of that kind of takes place right here. You've got these booths around here that are talking to people like you, saying, I can get you this for a whole lot less if you let me make it over here. And you want to stay top quality, right?
That's right. From day one, that's always been our motto. Like, in fact, sometimes we sacrifice profit for quality. Like, I would rather make a better product to where I can sleep at night knowing that I made the very best product that can possibly be made and not make as much money, rather than sell someone some snake bite oil stuff or whatever that's junk, and maybe I put more money in my pocket and someone else gets the bad end of the deal. Like, I'd rather be able to sleep at night and make sure that I know, as I tuck myself into bed, that I've made the very best product I can possibly make.
Yeah.
Well, and another thing is the fact that, when you're producing these products in a American warehouse here in Salt Lake City, there is going to be some things that we're trying. It's new, and there might be a few hiccups, but the good thing about that is they're not waiting around. It's like, okay, if we got a hiccup, let's figure out why. And when you call, and if you have a problem, somebody's going to answer the phone and go, we know why. We know why. Send it back. Let's fix this right. You can't do that. What are they going to do? Send you six more injectors from the same place with the same problem, and then you're just time and material out of putting them in?
Right.
The thing about industrial is it's a big company, but it's still small enough that you can talk to somebody and get what you want. And that's why I love them so much, and they're like family to me anyway. But I know when I refer industrial injection to somebody, it's going to be what I say it's going to be, because my name's on the line. It's my reputation as Steve Darnell, this guy that builds all these crazy diesel rods and semis and stuff. I need them to know that when they order that part, it's going to show up, and that quick spool turbo is going to be exactly what it should be, and it's going to last 1,000,000 miles or more, period. And that's quality control of what's going on over there, and that's why that's why I back them up forever.
Okay. So for the folks coming in here for the show the next several days, Friday, Saturday, what are you offering down at the booth? I mean, you're just kind of showing people what you can do, or what, do you actually sell any product?
I mean, mostly over there today, there is product there that we're showing you that we have.
Okay.
But this show particular for me is it's like support to the community of the truckers when we're here, because they show up, they want to tell us what they got, what they've been working with, and we just try to educate. I think mainly we're educating a lot of people on, quality over quantity, basically, and what we have that's separate. And I just try to explain to people, I've been going to their fuel shop since 2008, and you got to see it. It's like a science lab of organization. It looks like you're doing surgery on someone's heart in there. It's so freaking put together and nice, and and same with the turbo shop. It's the production of how it's being put together. Shane knows turbos pretty dang well, very good, and I don't as much. So he took me through a course one time on turbos and what they do to balance them and make sure they're perfect and everything's, and it's a science. You're not getting a turbo that's just a bunch of crap thrown together and out the door. There's some good stuff there, and they'll build you a turbo for what you want. That's another great thing. People don't know, if you have something specific, they'll put you something together and ship it out, and that's really cool. It really is. But I think more than anything here at this show, we do have people that want to buy parts, don't get me wrong. But a lot of them have questions. A lot of them want to know, things about, and we have everybody in there. Myself, I don't know everything. These guys do. But I have certain guys that I send my people to ask them questions that are professionals in their corner. We have a fuel guy here that is super smart. I've picked his brain. He's got Shane's a turbo freak, knows him inside and out. So you send them to the right people, and everybody, that's what we do here.
So you come in with kind of like the eye candy in the booth, like this big 4-engine, whatever the heck that is, monster puller thing. People come by, but then you kind of get to talk to them, break the ice, and explain what you can do for them and what's
and showcase, like El Diablo Loco, that it's got the the engine that's got all of our parts and all of our things and stuff that we've done on it. But we like to take the opportunity to showcase a lot of the products that we actually have here at the show for sale. We have some of our Charge air cooler boots here that you can buy, but we're trying to showcase all of what we do, but at the same time some of the stuff that we're kind of trying to highlight here is like the ISX injector cup kits.
Right.
We've actually got some of those here at the show to sell. We've, like I said, the Charge air cooler boots. We've got those here for sale. We've got several different sets of injectors, anything from the Cat C15s to the X15 common rail injectors. Here, in case someone wanted to buy them or needed them or whatever else. But we're not just kind of showing off what we're doing, but we definitely have some stuff here to where if the opportunity arises that someone could walk home with some of that stuff as well.
So obviously a lot of folks won't be able to make it to the show. Where's the best way to find you out there for the listeners around the country that can't make it in here to see you live?
Another thing I just want to throw in real quick. Sorry, before we go, is our I forgot to mention our Cat Premium Plus overhaul kit is in stock, or not in stock, but we're showcasing at the booth. We've got a stand over there that shows all the parts that's in the kit and all depicted out.
So is this where Cat stopped making engines X number of years ago? Now you can keep a Cat running. Is that what you're kind of doing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a Premium Plus kit that comes with injectors, and it's for the Caterpillar application. I want to make sure that that everyone understands that it's not Cat. It's all parts made out of different sources and different things that we've been able to vet out and put together the very best kit out there for sure.
Okay.
It's basically what my C15 is, and it's the premium kit basically. It just comes with all the good stuff. It's already been sorted out. What had problems, what didn't. Let's do everything that doesn't have a problem, and that's where we're at. And that goes for anything. I mean, industrial injections, big rig side, it's starting to step up. We're moving into a bigger facility and really, going for it. And I think that it's a fun. It's actually, this is probably I love the big rig side. It's fun. The people are cool. These guys are all blue collar guys. They work, and these are the type of people that I like to be around. When I'm in here, and they're all like that. So, any way we can support them, and we try to come every year. Well, we have for 4 years now. This is our 4th year, and I don't see an end in sight that I can think of.
No, we just got to figure out what kind of cool booth we're going to do next year, and what kind of theme we're going to throw in there.
Yeah, I was when I was walking down, I thought, are we going to see the Hawaiian theme again this year? A little different this time around, but that was cool last year.
We got some ideas for next year, and we'll see what happens. But hopefully it'll be something to top the year before.
Yeah, it's pretty tall ceilings in here. I think a 30-foot Ferris wheel would be good.
Well, we're about out of time. How's your ghost town going?
It's good. It's good, man. I've been working my butt off out there. I've been restoring a bunch of old buildings. Just put up a little store out there, getting ready to try to start doing the interior when I get home. I got a 5,000 square foot shop getting put up hopefully this summer. So yeah, I've been going pretty hard on it. It's a lot of work out there, though.
And where can the fans and listeners out there find more about you? You got a website or social media stuff?
Welder Up. You can look it up on YouTube. Welder Up Vegas on Instagram. You can go there and
Welder Up.
Yeah, Welder Up.
Welder Up Vegas. Okay.
But yeah, you guys could come and we're not too far off the 15, actually. 7 miles off the 15 from Gene right there, right out of Vegas. And I'm sure if there's a lot of listeners that drive that 15, they probably know exactly where I'm talking about. So
cool.
It's not very far away from there. So if you come out, just bring money.
Spend some money so we can keep building the town.
You got to put a casino out there, or what?
I need to get my own. Well, I got a few other ideas too.
Hey, we close out number 2 there. Back with more after this, live from the Mid-America Truck Show.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm John Summers. The number of Americans applying for first-time unemployment benefits is up. The Labor Department says it received 210,000 initial applications in the week ending March 21st, 5,000 more than the previous week's unrevised number. The White House says Iran's looking for an exit out of the war. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says since the U.S. has taken out Iran's military, it's clear to them now's the time to talk.
Their ability to attack American and ally forces, as well as their ability to defend their own territory, is dwindling literally hour by hour.
Leavitt said if Iran does not deal, the U.S. will only ramp up its military offensive against them. The Pentagon's preparing to send more troops to the Middle East as the war with Iran rages on. Richard Ingalls says, according to multiple reports, troops with the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne Division will be deployed.
The announcement came as President Trump in the Oval Office said he's already won the war.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. This war has been won.
About 1,500 soldiers from the division based in Fort Bragg are expected to be sent. The White House points the finger at Democrats as the partial government shutdown drags on. Democrats rejected a Republican proposal to reopen the Department of Homeland Security with only partial funding for ICE, and instead offered a counter-proposal Wednesday.
For the Democrats in Congress, the cruelty of this shutdown is the point. Nearly 500 TSA officers have quit since the Democrat shutdown began.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says Republicans have already offered plenty of concessions with regards to ICE. President Trump says he may call up the National Guard for more help after deploying ICE agents to some airports. One person's dead, 4 firefighters recovering from minor injuries in connection with a Bronx apartment building blaze this morning. Flames could be seen shooting out of the roof. The cause is under investigation. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
President Trump's trying to make it easier for community bankers to lend people the money needed to buy a home. Bankers say a new executive order cuts through the red tape.
Having over 200 pages of documents when really less than 10 pages really matter.
Ron Butler with the Texas Bankers Association says the more paperwork there is, the more expensive it is for banks to process. A judge ordered the arrest of former Kentucky Governor Matt Bevin. The judge signed the order after finding Bevin in contempt of court following a hearing in Louisville this week. Attorneys for Bevin's estranged adopted son Jonah filed a contempt motion earlier this month, saying the former governor has not provided financial documents that he was previously ordered to turn over. A Minnesota millionaire exposed a SNAP loophole as state leaders crack down on food stamp fraud.
A retired Minnesota engineer revealed he qualified for food stamps despite significant wealth, highlighting flaws in the state's SNAP system. Lawmakers are now considering reforms to tighten income and asset verification after fraud scandals ballooned program costs. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
For the first time in more than a decade, the NFL will open the season on a Wednesday. The league announced the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks kick off Week 1 September 9th. The change from the usual Thursday kickoff games due to the San Francisco 49ers and Los Angeles Rams playing in Australia that day. I'm John Summers, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What do you say I turn the camera off my ugly face and turn the camera onto our beautiful guest that steps in? I said, Sarah Lee, you're always early. Here you are, scrambling last minute. I was just going to run the NTPA report, give you a couple of extra minutes.
No, I'll run if I have to.
If need be. Hey, but hey, you're here.
Yes.
You know what? We've got a few minutes this year rather than like a hi, bye.
Oh, that's wonderful.
We got some time to spend so we can talk a little bit and get up to speed about what's going on.
Yes. I've been looking forward to this.
So let me see which mic you're on. Are you?
Testing.
Pull it up close or talk louder.
Testing.
There you go. I think you're on 4. Okay. Very good. Well, welcome back.
Thank you. I've been looking forward to this. 4 months. It's always so good to see you.
Did you make the drive up from Nashville, was it?
I did.
Okay.
Yes. In my 2009 Pontiac G6 with 310,000 miles on it.
Oh, my.
And
you
it's
feel
a great...
you feel like it's roadworthy? You trust it to get you from...
Yes, it's been alarmingly reliable. So, yeah, it got me here, and you take good care of things, they last for you.
So when did you roll in last night, or just drove up this morning, or...
Yesterday.
Yesterday
afternoon.
You going to spend a couple days here talking to folks?
Yeah, at least till tomorrow. It's amazing to be back here, just the energy, atmosphere, old faces, new conversations, just great.
Another year has come and gone, right? Just like that.
I can't believe it.
When we get into it, you're going to update us on all the things that have taken place over the past year.
Yes.
Sara Lee, not the bakery, not the bread or the cookies. How'd you get a name?
Although I've gotten a few nicknames over the years.
Yes.
but yes, it's the time's going by so fast. It feels like a lot of people got a lot done last year and are just really looking forward to the start of this year. And a lot of big changes for a lot of people I've been talking to. And we've grown quite a bit over the last year.
That's a good thing.
So, yes, I'm really excited. The best people have come in.
I saw some of your posts here a few weeks ago. I don't know when it took place, but, I mean, you had your big annual fundraiser event there with the parade and all that there in Nashville. We'll talk about that in a few minutes.
Sure.
I don't want to get ahead of schedule, but Waypoint Vets is what it's all about. Sara Lee is the founder, creator. She came up with this idea. Since we got like a whole 45 minutes this time.
We do?
Yes,
that's wonderful.
So we can let you take us back through the history. You were in the military and some of the things that you witnessed in your life experiences that led us up to Waypoint Vets.
Yes. I joined the Army National Guard, right out of high school at age 17. I just really felt called to be part of something bigger than myself. I'd played sports, my whole life, and I loved the team, the feeling of that team. Everybody wins together, and I joined the Army there. I was in from 01 to 09, and basic training at Fort Jackson, South Carolina. It was all co-ed, so by that time it was just everything was co-ed. You either made it or you didn't. Everyone was expected to do all the same stuff. We were firemen carrying each other and pulling each other over foxholes, and I mean. It was tough, but
when you
I
joined
learned a lot.
up, was that a conflict time? I've lost track of the year because we had Iraq, then we had Afghanistan, and we had all the. Were things going on actively when you joined up?
Actually, I joined in June of 2001, and September 11th was months later. So I was already in, and I had started college. So in 03, at the end of 2003. I got a call in my dorm room and said that our unit was being activated. I was in a combat engineer unit. And so in February of 04, we were in country in Iraq.
Wow.
So we were near Tikrit.
There, boots on the ground.
Oh, yes, yep. After about a month or so in Kuwait, we went in and convoyed up to FOB Spiker, it was called at the time, and right next to Saddam's hometown there, Tikrit, Iraq. So spent 12 months there. And then we lost 4 guys as young as 19, so it was definitely a heavy year, but we made it. I'll never forget that C-130 ride out of Anaconda. We just looked at each other. We couldn't believe it was over. Like that the year didn't feel like a year. It just was. It's hard to explain. It's like the time was bent by the experience or something. So.
But while you were there, you saw actual combat action, obviously, because you say some of your friends,
right.
What do you call them? Friends, associates, soldiers, fellows?
Fellow soldiers, battle buddies, brothers. But on various different convoy missions, they ran into a lot of IEDs, improvised explosive devices. So, we never really saw the enemy, at least our group. It was so much remote attacks. IEDs, mortars, rockets, RPGs, good friend of mine.
So is that like when you're out in the MRAPs or the other, what was the other smaller vehicle?
Sure, just a Hummers or...
yeah.
Right. Or, the Hemet Wreckers, things like that 5 tons, just convoying place to place. That's where a lot of we were most vulnerable. So, and even on base, it was just kind of, mortars were very, very regular, especially on our holidays. Like, they knew our holidays. So,
right.
But it's so funny how fast you get used to this new reality. Even after that first night in Kirkuk, which was a notoriously targeted base there at the time, you hear the first sounds and you're like, okay, that's what that is, and you register it, and you just switch over so quickly to that new reality because your life depends on it, and so does the person to your right and left, for you to switch gears and do what you have to do to get home safely.
So somewhere down the line, something emotionally happened to you.
Yes, yeah. Well, I got out in 2009. I had a neck injury overseas that just really got noticeably worse to where they had marked me non-deployable at that point, and I definitely wanted to be fit for duty, so I just felt it was a good time to get out, and I missed it very much, of course. So I started a business. I ran that for about 15 years, and when I slowed down, so much caught up. You have to redefine yourself. Your whole identity is wrapped up in your service. Being a soldier in the military is the one thing that's made the most sense, aside from running my nonprofit now. So, yeah, definitely just kind of had a...
You went through the emotions of coming out of the service and trying to return to civilian life, and that was a difficult transition?
Yes, yeah. Transitioning back is very tricky, and... who am I now? The camaraderie is unmatched in the military. You really miss that bond, and the intensity provided that bond, that level of trust for someone else. I mean, it's just so different after finding your people again. For me, I went to Iraq with a different unit, came back, and never saw any of them again. I was sent to a 3rd unit, so I never even saw the people I deployed with ever again. So it's just kind of a shock to the system where it's hard to process quickly with those big transitions. So just over time, I just kind of hit a rock bottom. And in 2017, I knew I wasn't okay. It wasn't anyone's fault. It was something with me I had to figure out for myself, but I really wanted to earn it. I wanted to earn the knowledge, the healing, whatever I needed. And so...
when you were at that rock bottom point, though, emotionally, you almost ended up taking your own life.
Yes, yep. I made an attempt in early 2017 and survived it. I think I woke up in a lot of ways that next day, and that's when I knew. That's why I was saying I just knew I got to figure this out. So I definitely feel like I was given a second chance. There was love in my life, support in my corner. It was me. It was something deep down inside I had to figure out. And so I bought a bicycle, like the pedal kind, and I took a one-way rental to Yorktown, Virginia, and turned it in, and then I dipped my tires in the Atlantic and started pedaling west. So I took a half a year and pedaled 4,010 miles to the Pacific coast, where I dipped my tires on the other side of the Golden Gate.
So you almost did a Forrest Gump.
Pretty much.
I want to run.
I hear that a lot.
I ran, and I'm done.
Yeah. Yes, that was actually the only thing I was afraid of was it being over. I called the trip a vicious cycle, because it feels like no matter how much effort I put into life or into myself, I just always ended up back in this place. Just this rock bottom of sorts. And so I didn't want this to end either, but something happened along the way. The kindness I experienced, the beauty.
Were you sleeping in tents? Were you staying at hotels or?
Yeah, roadside camping. When I would run across, these were all very small roads.
Yeah.
So some didn't even have like lines, or certainly no shoulder, especially in the Appalachians. But you camp just far enough off the road that people don't bother you, but not too far to where wildlife doesn't. And frankly, a lot of nights I used the bugs as a security system, because when they were chirping, there was nothing around, and when they stopped, the silence woke me up. It was really cool how you just learn all these new things. So I feel like a lot that I learned in the military that was lying dormant, I was able to use that again. Like the hypervigilance I carry every day, it was useful again. I didn't feel like some weirdo. All that stuff I felt very at home with that level of the demand and challenge. and risk factors and things. So it really woke up a lot inside of me and made me feel capable again.
So you just had this urge to get out there and try to find yourself again. And then I guess at some point you felt like everything that I'm going through, lots of other people are going through, military, the same stress of trying to return to civilian life. And, of course, the veterans, the suicide of veterans, which to this day, it continues, right? Are the numbers any different now? Or
They are said to have gone down a bit, but the number everyone's most familiar with is the 22 a day. One veteran every 65 minutes is successful and takes their life. So definitely it's a huge problem for our community, and there's different demographics and statistics within the different areas of our community too, and it's definitely been very consistent in the gravity of the statistics. So.
And that's where you came up with Waypoint Vets.
Right, yep. Yes.
Well, I'm going to try to do something to help others who may be struggling emotionally and things of that nature. To what?
Exactly. To honor the fallen by living. Really, on my cycling trip, I had a lot of time to think out there. It was just me and the bugs and the breeze. So, I just came up with this whole concept of a adventure therapy organization that combined that community, the support, with these amazing landscapes in America, with a physical component of intensity. And those three things combined really deliver lasting healing, clarity, that sense of belonging, self-discovery. It's just all these big, deep down things, like just lying below just layers of what we've built up, sense service to protect ourselves or, create a persona. Not that we're fake. It's just we don't want to. We're masters of disguise to avoid being a burden, I feel like, and we don't talk about a lot of stuff. We want people to come to us as the rock in their lives to solve their problems, and we can solve other people's problems at the drop of a hat, but with our own, it's just very tricky to try to process things that have happened, or who am I now and where do I go from there?
And you feel like do most people, veterans, try to hide it, try to bury it, just they don't want to talk about it, kind of thing? And
sure, yeah, in different ways too, just by staying very, very busy. Some have, ultimately, I think what helped the most was finding ways to serve again. When you see veterans get out, join law enforcement, or become the wrestling coach at their school, or all these other acts of service, volunteering in various ways, that's that one thing that really fills the void is staying in touch with the community and acts of service to feel like you're part of something bigger than yourself once again. So, and there's various ways, us vets do work through it or maybe hide it, just if nothing else, to spare our loved ones from some of the things we've experienced, or, we don't want to, it feels like a burden we don't want to pass, but we can work through that, use and gain tools from all those things to rebuild ourselves even better in our next steps.
So when we come back here in 2 minutes, we're going to kind of delve into the Waypoint Vets, the idea that comes to fruition. You have an idea of, well, let's just do like an adventure, get some people together, and then it expands to 2, 3, 5 adventures, as you call it, per year. And we're leading up to where we are now in this day and age. Sound like a plan?
Sounds wonderful.
We'll be right back. Live from the Mid-America Truck Show, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th through the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
All righty, back at it here, live from the Mid-American Truck Show. Day number 1, Sarah Lee with Waypoint Vets joins us at this hour. Adventure number 1. What year was that when you first got this all kind of started, Sarah?
That would be our very first adventure was fall of 2020. But we received our initial support from Chris Gabrelchek, the creator of Hot Shot Secret.
Yes.
I shared with him my story and my cycling journey, and kind of discussed some of the challenges of our community, and he wanted to help in a big way.
How did you probably told me, how did you originally meet him? Were you from that region? or?
Yes, actually from Ohio.
Yeah.
And I was passing through at holiday time,
Yeah.
and my husband Jeff, he works for a marketing company. At the time it was called Martin and Company. So they were doing a lot of their marketing at the time, and just thought it'd be a meaningful connection. So we stopped through and met with them just to introduce.
Just
and
kind of a random
we just started
stop by,
talking about. Yeah. He wanted Chris to hear my story, and he really took to it. He has an amazing heart, and he wrote us our first check for $10,000, and it covered our gear and the entire first trip. Of course, 2020, COVID, took off there in the spring. So we waited, till fall, till some of the restrictions were lifted. And we had a good plan in place at the time. And we have yet to have a case of COVID on a trip somehow. We were just really careful, But yeah, our very first trip was canyoneering, which is kind of navigating the canyons, rappelling, some rock climbing in there, some mountaineering involved. We took a group of veterans out to the absolute middle of nowhere and tent camped for 5 nights. It was very intimate setting, profound landscapes, bonfires at night, and cooking in the field. It just really, the simplicity of all really allowed us to attack some of the complexities of our inner self out there.
How were you able to find your first participants, I guess? I mean, when you're starting something new, it's like, people have to find out about it. How did you actually introduce anyone to it?
Right. Well, we made a website and just posted on my personal Facebook and things. I claimed all the social media handles and just built the website, had the socials built up, and just put out there like, hey, veterans, I started a charity and we're having our first trip. And so we had 6 people sign up quickly, and I thought that'd be a responsible number to start with, just to get the lay of the land. A lot of logistics involved. There's a lot of risk factors, but we partner with an amazing outfitter for those trips. We partner with amazing outfitters and guides that make sure it's all safe. These are potentially life-threatening situations, which the veterans need to feel in control in those situations. It brings out that confidence again and things. So, yeah.
Kind of an adrenaline rush?
Oh, certainly. Certainly. Between the rappelling, the whitewater rafting, some of these breathtaking hikes, there's just always an element of that intensity. And
I don't like the idea of dangling off a mountain with a rope.
I know. I know. It's not forever, but that's why we have 10 different national adventures. Not everybody sees themselves doing that, but others might gravitate toward the whitewater rafting, the rock climbing, these scenic hikes up in Glacier, Rocky Mountains, Smoky Mountains. I mean, we have trips all over the country now in some of the most beautiful landscapes. That was the goal, really, because as veterans, we would have been willing to give our lives for this country, but so many of us have only seen a fraction of it.
And that's most people.
Right? Sure, yeah. We have like every landscape here, even rainforest, I think. So it's just all these national parks.
Even the truck drivers, all these drivers out here, this is 1,000, people say, oh, you get to see the country. I say, well, no, I get to see the interstate. They don't really get to see what's out there. You're driving through a town. You might be out there in Yellowstone, but you're not experiencing Yellowstone.
Yeah. Just a kind of a glimpse in passing and things. And some of these, the desert region, there's just the road is as far as the eye can see, which is the canyons and mesas and all those things. It really does steal your breath away. But then when you really get into and immerse yourself in these landscapes and really feel a connection with them, and it's very humbling to stand over Bryce Canyon, and you feel so small, but you feel so empowered too. It's just like, my God, look at this, and I'm going to go down in there and put myself to the test and remind myself that I can do big things. Mm-hmm. It's an amazing mixture.
All right, we're going to get a news break here. When we come back, how about an update on some of the adventures from the past year and what's on slate for the year ahead, and how people might be able to get involved. Do you look for volunteers and things like that this right now, or are you pretty much staffed just looking to get people signed up for adventures?
Yes. We'll definitely get into that because there's some stats, too. I can go through it. So much has happened over the last year.
All right, that's coming up. First, news of service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. IndustrialInjection.com to learn more.
Truck downtime.
USA Radio News. I'm John Summers. Travelers continue facing long lines at TSA checkpoints with the partial government shutdown still underway. The Army's rolling out new changes to its enlistment policies. Starting April 20th, the Army's maximum age for new enlistees is increasing from 35 to 42. President Trump's holding a cabinet meeting at the White House today. It comes as the war with Iran's looming large. Meanwhile, the president says Iran's absolutely negotiating to end the war with the U.S., but they're afraid to say it because they're afraid they'll be killed by their own people. For the first time in 1,400 years, a woman is leading the Church of England. Here's reporter Tammy Trujillo.
Sarah Mullally, formerly the Bishop of London, was installed Wednesday as new Archbishop of Canterbury, the 106th person in the office and the first woman ever to hold the title.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
It's no secret today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Where'd we leave off? Oh, yeah, Louisville, Kentucky. Hey, it feels summer-like out there. I stepped out for a smoke break at the top of the hour. And when you get out of the sunshine, you'd think it's middle of summer right now. Going up to about 86 for a high today. All right, Sarah Lee. So, all right, 2025's in the books. What all did you do last year?
Yeah, so first of all, hi, everybody. I'm always so excited to update your listeners. I love when we do the overnight and take time for calls and answering everyone's questions. And shout out to Pappy if you're out there.
There you go.
I carry your coin on every trip still. And Horse Feathers, I don't see you here this year, so maybe if you're listening, hello to you too. I just love talking to the drivers. We have to do another overnight show sometime. So, yes. But yeah, there's a lot of veterans out there. 10% of truckers are veterans, and it's awesome to get their questions. It's just, let's get down to it, you know. It's a very real, you know, among us too. We just dive in with our conversations. Mm-hmm. But yeah, my name's Sarah Lee. I'm the founder of Waypoint Vets. I'm an Army combat veteran, and started Waypoint Vets in 2019, and we've been updating, and now we're up to 2025, which was a growth year for us. And Hot Shot Secret, once again, made a donation to our organization, which is all volunteer, so there's no salaries at all. I'm fully disabled. I live off that comfortably, and allows me to volunteer full time, and that continued service is life-giving. The team, we have 14 now on our team. They're all alumni of a trip themselves. We do 5-day therapeutic.
So they've experienced some of
Yes.
what you've created, and they think
Right.
it's worth volunteering for.
Yes, which is super humbling and empowering for me, because it's like I'm on the right track. You know, I wanted to do this right the first time. We don't have time to waste. We're losing so many vets, and I was almost one of them. You know, I just really feel a conviction to our motto, and that's honor the fallen by living. And so we have 14 on our team now. They're all alumni. They're all volunteers. We're all disabled, retired, or both. And we're, like I said, just that continued service was everything. So all last year we had 10 national adventures, and the adventures basically are 5-day therapeutic experiences. We go out in these beautiful landscapes of America, spend several nights either camping or in villas, lodges, different things like that. And then we take between 10 and 20 veterans out. The only thing you have is just honorable discharge is the only requirement. You don't have to have been to war. You don't have to have a disability rating. If you raised your right hand and served honorably, this program is meant for you. And so we take 10 to 20 veterans on all these trips. We have a mental health professional on all the trips that's also a veteran, and they serve as a mental health coach. So they get to be a person too, you know, like we all are working through things and working things out together. So we're all in these remote areas, just that combination of disconnecting, being among other vets you can trust. You're reminded you have a bigger family out there, like the trucking community, you know, like all of the drivers that I got your six. It's really synonymous among the truckers, and we've taken many truckers on our trips, and it's awesome to hear their stories. It's so reminiscent of us story swapping as veterans, you know. So it's like a double dose of camaraderie being veterans and truckers. So we love having drivers on our trips and things. So we did 10 national adventures last year. We have 8 more to go this year. We've already done one trip to Zion National Park for 20 veterans.
And what was that like? Was that mountain climbing kind of stuff?
Well, we went into the park. We did a lot of canyoneering, which is really the activities we choose for that one serve a wide variety of ability levels too. So we just take our time out there. We navigate the canyons, work our way up these beautiful canyons, and then do some rappelling back down.
I'm too old. I smoke. I'd be out of breath. I can't climb a mountain.
Well, no. The point is taking your time and taking in these landscapes. We have our youngest is 18. He was injured in basic and medically discharged, and our oldest that we've had on a trip is 84.
Wow.
And he killed it. Vietnam vets are built differently. When they say they don't build them like they make them like they used to, like I totally get it now. And in fact, we took 10 Vietnam vets back to Vietnam in 2023 for 10 days. Waypoint Vets designed an itinerary for them, and they walked 50,000 steps, flew 183 hours. It was so impressive, and they were able to see how much the country had moved on, and it helped them move on inside quite a lot.
Wow.
And we have Vietnam vets on our trips all the time in their 60s, 70s, early 80s, very late 60s, of course, but yeah, and it's so inspiring for the people in my generation, combat vets and otherwise from the global war, the GWAT era, they call us, to not only serve veterans from the other generation, but to gain that wisdom and just listen to them and to inspire them, these up-and-coming vets that are just starting to figure things out. That our trips are so diverse, and we really learn so much from each other on those trips. And when you're rappelling 200 feet off someone's body weight, like you're probably going to stay in touch with that person. You know, it's like the military. So we have a whole aftercare as well. It's a lifelong complimentary aftercare. We do reunion Zooms. We have online mental health, online workouts, art, cooking. I mean, we really, it's a family. It is a family that's ongoing sense of belonging is what we hold for our vets. So, and it's, like I said, no cost for the trip or the aftercare. So we do all of this through donations.
For those participating. So
right.
What's on the slate? You said you've got 8 more adventures coming your way this year.
Yes, yep. Next is our leadership training. We get our whole leadership together, about 18 of us. There's a mental health curriculum just to help us better communicate, be able to be better for the veterans that come to us in search of something.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we go over wilderness training, different technical trainings and things for the different activities. We have the administrative part and the operations part that I lead because I'm a total nerd. And I love all this stuff, all the QuickBooks and all that. So we're just really excited. It really brings back a lot of hope, not only in us, but the veterans that come to us. And I really think that the hopelessness is a huge factor in our suicide rate. Just everything feels so hopeless all the time. It's just daily chaos. And just to get away from all that and to really just center yourself and be present and just spend some time on yourself. We're the last people on our list, really. You know, we're the rocks for the people in our lives. It's like, it's so hard for us to do something for ourselves. So when someone signs up, you know, I take that. That's a huge olive branch. That's a huge amount of trust that it's it's an honor to serve them. And I get something from them too. Like everyone brings something to the trip that they probably didn't even realize just by being themselves or wherever they are on their path.
I remember last year when you were here, you had a pretty extensive waiting list of people. I mean, you've grown to the point where, I mean, you can only do so many adventures, so many trips, and accept so many. Yeah. Do you have a criteria? How do you whittle people down? First come, first serve, or did you have a lottery? Or
well, we definitely reach out in order of sign up. We just couldn't think of a more fair way to do it. But we also look at they rate themselves. You know, the veterans sign up and let us know where they're at physically, where they're at mentally, and we try to pair them accordingly to a trip that is empowering, not defeating, that won't exacerbate injuries. You know, something that will push them, but responsibly. You know, to where they're like, yeah, I am still a machine. I can still do all these things, but they're not, you know, re-injuring backs and things like that and having the heart problems and things. So, we really do go in order. Our wait list has continued to grow. We just crossed over 500 veterans waiting for their first trip with us. So that's why we're at 500.
So that's a couple-year waiting list almost.
It could be, yes. Yeah, so we have plans to double our operations in the next 2 to 3 years if we're able to afford doing that. And so we're
that's a good point to say. The way you operate, it's a 501c3. You operate by donations. So anyone out there, I mean, you know, our veterans, anyone's allowed to. You can donate what? Small, medium, large? You take whatever you can get, right?
Absolutely.
Easiest way to do that is what?
I think probably through our website. There's a lot more options on our website. You can sponsor the cost of a veteran. So you can kind of adopt a veteran in a way and cover their costs for the trip. That includes that aftercare. You could we built this on $20 donations. We built this on, it's not much, but I'm telling you, it adds up. And it's amazing how many good people are out there.
You have 5 people making a $20, that's $100.
Right, that's a whole dog tag order. So, and then there's options to fund a whole trip. You know, our trips cost between $10,000 and $15,000 each. And sometimes companies will sponsor a trip. It includes a slot for one of their veterans. Despite the wait list, we'll bring a veteran from their company on the trip as well. And
you said that cost covers everything for the veterans that are participating.
Yes.
No airline cost, no travel cost, no food cost.
Right.
All the gear that you need to do the rappelling and all that, it's all covered.
All inclusive. So for the veterans that show up, we don't want them. I mean, just showing up can be very overwhelming alone. So when they get there, we fully outfit them. We pick them up from arrivals at the airport. I've been on the phone with the vet through the airport because it was just, very busy, a lot of stimuli and stuff. They just wanted to hear a voice. So we pick them up right at arrivals, take them to the lodging. We get them settled in, and then we're there for 3 days. We grocery shop prior to the trip, home cook all the meals, tons of money saved there. We don't just go out to busy restaurants. We home cook those meals and eat as a family there on the trip. And then we are partnered with different outfitters, so we get them fully outfitted with all the gear necessary to get them through the trip safely. So, it's truly all-inclusive.
Have you met this guy before?
Yes, briefly. I'm so happy to see him again.
Good to see you.
Kevin Kruger, he was my
advocate.
first guest out of the box here as we kicked things. Yeah,
the leadoff hitter.
I didn't know what was coming today here.
I didn't either.
Kevin, I mean, we were talking about charities and organizations, and they have their own. Gold Eagle has their own organization for charitable contributions, and I don't know, what are we doing here?
I don't know what we're doing here, but I think we're We're giving some money to a worthy organization, Waypoint Vets.
Gosh.
Sarah, we appreciate all the work that you do. Blessed to have you as a partner in this. And here's a check for $5,000 from the Hot Shots brand.
How about
that? Gosh, that's so helpful.
Yeah.
That's such a helpful amount for us. Oh, can we? Yes, photo, please. Hold on, everybody. I got to take a picture with Kevin.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Seriously, we go so hard all year. Sorry. Yep. Man, I'm not supposed to have feelings. Okay, lock it up, Sarah. I just knife-handed myself for the veterans out there. Okay. But anyway, we go so hard all year, and it's heavy work, and it's so amazing to tell all these people that come to us, how many people out there genuinely care, and that it's not hopeless, that there's a lot going on. Yeah, there's a lot of good going on. There's a lot of people that really do care about our healing and well-being without even having to meet us. So I just can't thank you guys enough. This is the 6th year of y'all helping us, and I hope to always do right by your support and just go so hard and keep you all proud. Keep it a worthy cause. There's a lot of causes out there to donate to, and
absolutely.
So when people pick us, it really fills my sails. We're doing the right stuff.
I think they feel like you're doing something to actually help people.
Absolutely.
Yes.
People in need. Yeah.
I didn't know we're doing it on the air. This is awesome. You guys got me. That's awesome.
Sorry about that.
No, it's real. It's real. It's oh man, the vets that come to us, they've made their suicide video, and that trip was their last shot, and it's that heavy. These are all at-risk veterans that are on the edge. We have a huge sign-up form. They're pouring their hearts out on these sign-up forms, what they want to gain or overcome, what they're struggling with, and our team too, and me, I'm figuring stuff out too. We're just all in it together, and to know that we're so not alone. It's not even funny. There's so many people in our corner out there. It's just, I have so much fun telling the team. I can't wait to tell the team about this and post about it. There's good stuff happening, guys. It's not all hopeless.
Waypointvets.org is the website. Very simple to find, and we'll line something up where we can get you on. You're the one that has to stay up late. I'm up midnight to 5. You're the one that's got to decide you want to burn the midnight oil and
it's so worth it.
Take
Your
some
listeners.
of those phone calls and join us.
Yes, I love the calls. Your listeners are worth. Believe me. If you guys are okay with me without caffeine at 2 a.m., then you're good enough for me. Believe me.
I think our audience is good with you anytime, especially when you're on camera.
Oh, jeez, that's so generous. That's outrageously generous.
There you go.
Steve.
We'll get a quick time out here. I think,
Okay.
we'll come back and take it maybe to the top of the hour, but there we'll...
Okay, yeah, I'd love to.
Very good.
Minutes,
we'll be right back.
Everybody.
Live from the Mid-America Truck Show, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Like the...
Everything's live. That's with musical chairs. Hey, you gotta get some headphones on so you can hear what the heck's going on. All right, our next guest, I thought we had time to take Sarah to the top of the hour, but we'll get her on here live on the show, midnight to 5, so she'll be willing to stay up late. Jeff Hurt, welcome. How the heck are you?
Great, and you?
Day number 1. I'll be better about this time, day number 3, but...
I feel you. The show gets long. It's a great show, though.
Yeah. It's just a busy schedule we've got going. Yeah, you're the guy. What is this monstrosity behind you?
It's a 4-engine. It's got 4 Brad Anderson Hemis on it. It's a modified pulling tractor. Weighs 7,700 pounds with the driver. It's right around 10,000 horsepower.
Okay, that's a lot of horsey.
It is. It's going to be a lot of fun. We just purchased the tractor from the Boyd family, and we've made 1 test pass so far. We got it Hot Shots on board, and we got the new stickers on it, and we showed that off today here at the show. So.
And you obviously this is not going to be going anywhere for the next couple of days for folks coming down here to see it, right?
Correct. It'll be in the booth here all weekend, and
I'd love to hear you fire that up and take it out of here.
I would love to, but I don't think they'd be real proud. We made a test pass there a couple weeks back in Fort Wayne, and some of the ceiling panels and light pieces didn't take too well to it.
Wow. So it's does it make a lot of smoke?
No smoke.
No? Really?
Nope.
Okay.
So, methanol.
Oh, okay. So
they're basically like a top alcohol funny car engine.
So what tour do you do you pick one tour or do you travel?
We're gonna run the IHRA Fendt High Stakes Series this year. They've got 5 events, 2-night events. They start out in West Salem, Ohio. Then I believe they go to Farley, Iowa. Then I'm not positive of the order, but then Milan, Michigan, and then National Trail down by Columbus, Ohio, and then finalize it in Benson, North Carolina at the end of the year.
Okay. So they got pulling here Saturday evening. Is that?
It's a light modified class this year. It's a 2-engine class instead of 4. The tractor could be adapted to it, but we purchased it late and wouldn't have been qualified or anything to be able to get in there.
Okay.
So we're just here for display.
So when's your next pool? Where are you going to be next?
We're going to go the end of May down to Evansville. They're having the Busch Light Nationals down there in Evansville, Indiana. I think it's May 28th and 9th, something like that.
So what's your occupation? What do you do for a living?
We farm a couple thousand acres, and we have a lawn and garden dealership where we sell equipment, Ferris, Steel, Skag, Toro.
So this is like a weekend or a once every couple of weeks weekend kind of adventure that you, I'd venture to say that's not a cheap weekend.
It's not a cheap weekend. It's you hope you don't tear anything up, but there's always that chance. But IHRA come on board this year with that high stakes series with Fendt, and it's the first series ever in tractor pulling where there's going to be 10 hooks throughout the season where it's $10,000 to win every night.
Wow! So
it's going to be fun to chase that.
So is that in tractor pull? Is that a good pay night?
It's there's been a couple $10,000 events. There was one $50,000 event in the history of tractor pulling. But there's been several $10,000 events. We won the one here a couple years ago at the truck show with our mini rod, won the $10,000 check. So
okay. I think it was last year we were talking how I lost my train of thought. I apologize there. So you mentioned your next run is going to be. Where can people find more information out about where they can find you? That's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah, Run and Bear Motorsports on Facebook.
Did I not talk to you last year?
You did.
You had a baby bear.
I had Little Bear in here.
Okay.
And B Bear. That was my mini rods. You're
so
on it.
Did you trade them out?
I sold them. I sold both of them, and used proceeds. Basically traded into this and bought up to move up to this class.
So you had to pay 2 for the price of 1,
and then a little.
So this is a step up from what you had last year.
Yeah. This 4-engine tractor, they're basically the same engine with a smaller supercharger on them. So they're going to make a little less horsepower, but then you multiply it by 4. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
And what was the website again to find you more?
Run and Bear Motorsports on Facebook.
Run and Bear Motorsports.
RUNINBARE.
Okay.
So.
How'd you get tied in with Hot Shot Secret? Just being on the tour, get introduced to them?
Yep. Got introduced to a local friend back home and started using their stuff, and it's a great product. Kyle's been great to work with, and just very honored to be part of their team.
And you kind of, I guess, obviously vouch for the fact that Hot Shot Secret does make a difference.
It is a great product. It is awesome.
Do you use you run on, ethanol? Methanol.
Yep.
Do you use like their oils or?
We use their oil and we use their top lube.
Top lube.
Yep,
okay.
We use their gear oil and we've used their engine oil and we're using the top lube and the fuel.
And you think you get a little more horsepower out of that? Is that the idea?
More durability rather than more horsepower per se in this application.
Engine longevity.
Longevity of 100%. And what these engines cost, it's great to get a little more longevity out of them.
Right. So you've got to head out of here. You're not going to be here for when you were slated to be with us, I guess.
Correct. We are going, spring break for my kids. We have to be in a house down in Florida with a friend. So we are headed out Saturday morning to head down to there.
All right. Well, we only had a short window to kind of squeeze you in here, so at least we got to say hi.
Perfect. I appreciate it. And thanks for having me on, Steve.
All right. Well, enjoy the time you have here at the Mid-America Truck Show. And we'll be back with more after this live from Louisville, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm John Summers. The number of Americans applying for first-time unemployment benefits is up. The Labor Department says it received 210,000 initial applications in the week ending March 21st, 5,000 more than the previous week's unrevised number. The White House says Iran's looking for an exit out of the war. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says since the U.S. has taken out Iran's military, it's clear to them now's the time to talk.
Their ability to attack American and ally forces, as well as their ability to defend their own territory, is dwindling literally hour by hour.
Leavitt said if Iran does not deal, the U.S. will only ramp up its military offensive against them. The Pentagon's preparing to send more troops to the Middle East as the war with Iran rages on. Richard Ingalls says, according to multiple reports, troops with the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne Division will be deployed.
The announcement came as President Trump in the Oval Office said he's already won the war.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. This war has been won.
About 1,500 soldiers from the division based in Fort Bragg are expected to be sent. The White House points the finger at Democrats as the partial government shutdown drags on. Democrats rejected a Republican proposal to reopen the Department of Homeland Security with only partial funding for ICE, and instead offered a counter-proposal Wednesday.
For the Democrats in Congress, the cruelty of this shutdown is the point. Nearly 500 TSA officers have quit since the Democrat shutdown began.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says Republicans have already offered plenty of concessions with regards to ICE. President Trump says he may call up the National Guard for more help after deploying ICE agents to some airports. One person's dead, 4 firefighters recovering from minor injuries in connection with a Bronx apartment building blaze this morning. Flames could be seen shooting out of the roof. The cause is under investigation. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
President Trump's trying to make it easier for community bankers to lend people the money needed to buy a home. Bankers say a new executive order cuts through the red tape.
Having over 200 pages of documents when really less than 10 pages really matter.
Ron Butler with the Texas Bankers Association says the more paperwork there is, the more expensive it is for banks to process. A judge ordered the arrest of former Kentucky Governor Matt Bevin. The judge signed the order after finding Bevin in contempt of court following a hearing in Louisville this week. Attorneys for Bevin's estranged adopted son Jonah filed a contempt motion earlier this month, saying the former governor has not provided financial documents that he was previously ordered to turn over. A Minnesota millionaire exposed a SNAP loophole as state leaders crack down on food stamp fraud.
A retired Minnesota engineer revealed he qualified for food stamps despite significant wealth, highlighting flaws in the state's SNAP system. Lawmakers are now considering reforms to tighten income and asset verification after fraud scandals ballooned program costs. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
For the first time in more than a decade, the NFL will open the season on a Wednesday. The league announced the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks kick off Week 1 September 9th. The change from the usual Thursday kickoff games due to the San Francisco 49ers and Los Angeles Rams playing in Australia that day. I'm John Summers, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
USA Radio News.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We waited patiently, and finally we have Grand National polls in the books. And we have more coming. Welcome to the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. For the first time since the 70s, the NTPA was in Florida with Superstock diesel 4x4 trucks, mini modifieds, light modifieds, and for the first time ever, 4.1 Pro Stock tractors. Full Pull caught up with light mod champion Wayne Sullivan on his way to Florida in the cab of the toter and asked Wayne if he was excited about pulling in Florida.
Oh yeah, I mean, I had been back down there. I pulled down there back in the 70s at a little town called Hughes's, right above where we're going to go to. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting. I used to love to go to Florida from NTPA years ago, but it's going to be a long ways to go. If fuel prices this high, it's scary, but we're going to go down and give it a try.
We waited patiently, and finally we have Grand National polls in the books. And we have more coming. Welcome to the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. For the first time since the 70s, the NTPA was in Florida with Superstock diesel 4x4 trucks, mini modifieds, light modifieds, and for the first time ever, 4.1 Pro Stock tractors. Full Pull caught up with light mod champion Wayne Sullivan on his way to Florida in the cab of the toter and asked Wayne if he was excited about pulling in Florida.
Oh yeah, I mean, I had been back down there. I pulled down there back in the 70s at a little town called Hughes's, right above where we're going to go to. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting. I used to love to go to Florida from NTPA years ago, but it's going to be a long ways to go. If fuel prices this high, it's scary, but we're going to go down and give it a try.
Last weekend in Zellwood was the first of two for the Southern Swing, and it did not disappoint. Only two classes were able to hook on Friday, but they put on a show. The Mini started off the night and the season, with Grant Theobald and the Wicked Polling team taking the top spot with Lil Wicked going 329, followed by Adam Bauer and Iron Tour at 328, and rounding out the top three, Cody Singletary and Carolina Night Train 2 going 322. The only other class to hook were the new 4.1 Pro Stock tractors. Running in the red took the win with a hook of 303. Second was Kevin Lindstrom and Hyper Harvester going a distance of 295, and rounding out the podium was Brian Miller and Diggin' Bone going 294. On to Saturday, with an earlier start time, all four classes were able to hit the track. In the 4.1 Pro Stocks, Kevin Lindstrom aboard Hyper Harvester took the win going 324. In second was Cody Doss and Plow Tractor 4.1 going 323. And rounding out the top three was John Deere 5020, piloted by Jerry Martin going a distance of 322. On to the Superstock Diesel 4x4s, totally out of control with Kevin Armstrong took the top spot on the podium going 318. Blake DeBrew took Flammable to 301 for second, and Jaden Littman took Something to Prove to 301 for third. On to the Superstock Diesel 4x4s. Totally out of control with Kevin Armstrong took the top of the podium going 318. Blake DeBrew took Flammable to 301.22 for second, and Jaden Littman took Something to Prove 301.12 for third. The Minis were back with Adam Bauer and Iron Tour improving from Friday night going first at 332. In second, Grant Theobald stayed on the podium with a hook of 326.93, and Cody Singletary and Carolina Night Train went 326.92 for one of the closest finishes I've ever seen, 0.01 feet separating second and third. The light mods rounded out the show with David Richardson aboard Tag Team taking the win with 318. Wayne Sullivan went 306, which was good enough for second, and Chase Smith with Outclass getting a pull of 305 on the sled for third. Remember, the Southern Swing continues this weekend in Satsuma, Florida with the same classes hooking, streamed live on Full Pull Live. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Thank you very much, Greg. Appreciate the update. I believe that's a guy that you actually knew, or no?
Yeah, we actually started in the same radio building like 20-something years ago. He actually lives around the corner from me now. It's funny. We started like on the Iowa-Illinois border, and then that's where we Quad City areas where we were at, and then we both went our different ways in radio, and then we ended up now, 20 years later, living literally. I could throw a football at him, and it wouldn't make it, but it would still be, it'd be in his direction.
Did you just run back into it because of the NTPA folks?
Well, actually, him and I do some business together too. We both do voiceovers and things like that, so we do some business together. But yeah, no, he's a good dude, and loves his tractor pulling, loves all that stuff, dude. So he's always really big into it. So you're getting a good report whenever you get something from Greg, for sure.
You've been juicing it up a little bit. Sounds like he's getting a little more excited about he's getting settled in.
Yeah,
he's kind of a new gig for him, right?
He's getting settled in, man. He's feeling good about it. That's for sure. You know what's funny right now? And I was thinking about this when we were actually setting up the table. So we have these Steve Summers Overnight Drive decals that we're giving away.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought it'd be kind of fun to have people whenever you spot one of these things, let us send it to us so we can salute that person for wearing a badge of honor of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive on their vehicle. Okay? That's what we should be seeing more of that stuff. So if you're walking by our booth here during the weekend, make sure you come by, grab one of those. And if you do see somebody that's actually got one of those sporting on their vehicle, you can take a picture and send that to us, man.
Get their address and send them a free 4-ounce bottle of everyday diesel treatment.
Or we could make it weird and just track them down and, knock on their door. Just be like, hey, what are you doing?
Publishers Clearinghouse.
What are you doing? You got, what's in the fridge? What are you making for dinner tonight? Things like that, But yeah, definitely, we got all kinds of swag sitting here at the table right now too for people that are walking by.
I haven't really even addressed that much since we started the program.
No,
we're registering people for seats from Bostrom Seating here.
This very seat that I'm sitting in, somebody could be winning to put into their truck. These two seats we got from Bostrom. Not to mention, we got these Steve Summers Overnight Drive survival kits, which are pretty sweet. You get a Steve Summers Overnight Drive safety shirt. You get some swag from Hot Shot Secret. And it's all in a fun little brown box behind us.
I think it's got an everyday diesel treatment, I believe.
Yep.
And what's the guy's? A stiction eliminator?
I think something. I think it's extreme.
It's not the little bitty bottles, though.
No,
this is like a full size.
No, you're getting a big kid bottle. That's for sure. We're not messing around.
You got one of the Steve Summers Overnight Dive travel mugs in there.
Oh yeah, and you got to have one of those. I sport one of those. I always keep my drinks cold in my Steve Summers Overnight Drive travel mug. That is for sure. As I wander around the house, whether it's beer or it's something else. I keep it nice and cold in there. You know what I'm saying?
Keeps it cold or keeps it hot.
Exactly. Whatever it is that you choose. If you choose to drink warm beer, then you should go back to England, okay? We don't need you right now. You know what I mean?
Now, for those who have no idea who we're talking to, this is the one and only Ryan Wild. I think we got to introduce you last year. You came down to the studio, but you didn't even get on the program.
Well, no, I was like a newbie. I was in the background just learning. I was like, okay, what are the things that you do? What are the stuff? What are the things? And so, but yeah, no, I've had a fun 365 days or so with you, and looking forward
Ryan's
to more.
got a background, obviously, in the radio career, biz,
25 years plus. For sure.
And now just kind of doing the voiceover thing. Somehow down the line you came in contact with Bud or who? Somebody at Hot Shot Secret?
I don't even remember how we actually came into contact with each other, to be honest with you. But I was like, a radio show that's part of a lubrication business?
Right.
I got to check this out. You know what I'm saying?
We needed somebody to help with the marketing of the program, and a tech guy, obviously, that can, and you've been working with me, the microphone setups and all that. Ryan's the one behind the scenes here that's been making sure that the feed has been getting out to Facebook and YouTube. Well, you had a little bit of a difficulty here initially. You always expect a hiccup when you start.
You get a little bit of a hiccup every time it's always the first day. You run into the hiccup when you're kind of connecting to all the jazz here, and then you got all these cameras going on. And
everything's different here compared to my little secret bunker.
Yeah, deep beneath the Earth's crust. Of course, very deep beneath the Earth's crust. But no, it's, at that first day you work out the stuff, and then after that you're in cruise control and you're flying through. But so far so good. Got to present a $5,000 check. Kevin Kruger's
How about
been
that?
here.
I didn't know that was coming. Sarah Lee, I think she was surprised as well.
I know,
Yeah.
exactly. And it's just, we're full of surprises out here today. You may see me tomorrow shirtless. I don't know. But stay tuned.
Say it isn't so.
Stay tuned. I might have Steve Summers Overnight Drive written across my chest or shaved into it. We'll see how it goes. Tomorrow's a different day.
So for these Bostrom seats, folks come by, you've got, what do they call it, a QR code? Is that the word these days? Everything is registered like digitally?
Yes, we got QR codes basically. You come by, you scan it, and when you enter one, you get entered for both. So you're entered
for the seat and the Steve Summers survival kits?
Yeah, you're entered for both.
Okay.
And, one doesn't disqualify the other, anything like that. So if you win that, you could also still win the seat, but you're qualified to win both by just registering for the one, and you fall into the same barrel of things. And Daily will give those things out, and we should be getting a text from my friend Levi here shortly with the winner of our first Steve Summers Overnight Drive survival kits. So we'll have that coming up here.
So the odds
shortly
for folks right now are going to be good for today, because the more entries, the less likely you are to win. But the numbers are probably pretty in your favor right now.
Yes, as you start to get into Friday and Saturday, and definitely the decibel level will be much louder in here tomorrow, and especially the early part of Saturday. You're going to start, you're going to start seeing the people, and it's going to start really picking up. And yeah, things are going to be happening. You know what I mean? And there's going to be less and less opportunity. But at the end of the day, we're not Publishers Clearinghouse, but we could be.
Okay. So this is your second stint down here with us. You were here last year kind of getting your feet wet, learning how this whole thing works.
Yeah.
Do you get to actually see much of the show? Have you been around?
I walk around a little bit because I also handle sales and some marketing as far as that goes with the show. So I go and definitely, kind of prospect some new partners that could be a part of the show and join us on this adventure that we've got going on. So I walk the floor and just kind of introduce people to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive that maybe haven't heard the show before, or maybe are listeners and didn't know how they could get involved. And that's kind of what I kind of find myself doing a lot of times when I'm in between doing things here. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. And occasionally grabbing a snack.
So what do you think's on tap next couple of days?
Oh, boy. Lots of steps. Lots and lots of steps. Last year, I think I logged over the course of the 3 days over 60,000 steps. Over the course of Wednesday when I got here to all the way to the end of the show, 60,000 steps.
You did well over 10,000 a day.
Yeah, well over. We were talking, probably anywhere from 18 to 20,000 a day. But you know what? It's cool to meet all these new people, all these great businesses that are out here, got great products, and of course, a lot of things that are here that you don't even think about when we're looking at different clients to partner with. You're not even thinking about truckers need that, and truckers could use this, and I never thought of that, So it's kind of cool to kind of be able to see these different businesses out here and what it is they have to offer. It's pretty cool. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
All right, we'll get a quick time out here. I know coming up here shortly, I think we've got several visits from the one and only Louis Pugh with OOIDA.
The man, the myth, the legend.
So he'll be coming up here following the bottom of the hour news break, and I'm pretty sure he'll have updates for us. There was actually a briefing from the FMCSA administrator. Did you realize the big dog at the FMCSA, Derek Bars, is in town here?
I had no idea, but I did see something about that, but I didn't kind of put the math together. I was kind of like in setup mode where I was brain fried by the time I'm like, oh yeah, that means he's actually here.
Yes,
okay.
Yeah, government. I wonder if they have like security for him when they bring him in. When you're
they don't offer it's a different kind of security than you have. Which is the wife.
What security?
Yeah,
thank you.
The miss is out in front of you. Just she'll get out there.
Don't underestimate.
No, she's got a wicked left hook. I've seen it in action. I've felt it. Her and I have a funny. We disagree to disagree. There's no agree to disagree. It's just we disagree to disagree for fun. You know what I mean? We have a good time. But she's great, and she's always a massive help when she comes out. Always glad to see her every time I come out here.
Okay, we'll kind of break down some of the other guests we've got slated. You worked in the background here for, the last month, trying to pin people in, schedule things, who's going to be here, when, and where.
A lot of lining people up, and and then just kind of it's moving parts. Where are people going to be? Are they going to be in on Thursday? They're going to be in on Friday,
right?
So we were able to fill the schedule up, leave a couple of open spots in case we wanted to add a few people, and it's a lot of great guests that are going to be coming up in the next few days. We're going to be hearing from Louie every day for the next couple of days.
Sounds like a good way to get things started here for the 2026 edition of the Mid-America Truck Show, live, Louisville, Kentucky. More to come after this on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Here we are back at it live on a beautiful, beautiful Thursday. The Mid-American Truck Show officially underway. Here we are in the North Wing of Steve Summers Overnight Drive along with Hot Shot Secret booth number 12036. Same location we've been for the last at least 4 years, if memory serves. And we do know earlier this month, we had the FMCSA Administrator, Derek Bars, informed the trucking industry that his agency is planning to introduce up to nine different rulemakings before the end of this year, they told us. So those rulemakings expected to address CDL mills, entry-level driver training rules, certification for electronic logging devices, new entrant testing for motor carriers. He didn't, at the time, give a whole lot of details about the rulemakings, but he's going to have multiple opportunities to do just that, add some further insight here this weekend at the Mid-America Truck Show. That first opportunity actually took place just a few hours ago. He'll be participating in the FMCSA's informational sessions. He'll be here for Friday and Saturday. So maybe Derek, maybe it was the assistant administrator who was there this morning. Coming up tomorrow morning, the Friday session from 10 till 11 a.m. in the Expo Center's Pro Talks Theater. That's conference room B104. And, of course, attendees are welcome to step in and listen in. He's going to share some key updates explaining what they mean for the trucking industry. The session also plans to address technological changes from the agency to amplify the registration process. Saturday's session, they tell us, will also be from 10 till 11 a.m. The Pro Talks Theater. Derek Barr's joined by the FMCSA's Philip Thomas, Dave Sachula, and Michael Hampton. So we've actually got some big names. The suit and tie guys with the FMCSA that are going to be here at the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville. What do you say, Kyle?
What's up, Steve? How's it going?
Hey, we're doing well.
Yeah, off and running day one, huh?
Kind of cruising along. We've got about 90 minutes to go, so I feel much better. Once you get settled in, you get the little quirks and the bugs worked out.
Right.
How's things going at the booth?
Crazy, like normal,
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's, this has become our biggest show of the year. Last year, I did 92 events in 52 weeks, and the number one event we did was Matt's. So it's always fun to come back here and kind of kick off the spring season and get going with a big one.
I know every time I turn around, I see Wheels Up on Facebook. You're flying out of Columbus to somewhere.
Yeah, I stay busy. Our event program has grown quite a bit. We have 2 teams now, so we've got 2 trucks, 2 trailers, and we're hitting a couple events every single weekend. And I get a little bit of a spring break here in April, and then come May, it's bonkers until November again. So.
What kind of deals we got here for the folks coming in? Is it worth making their way back to the booth? Get some Mid-America Truck Show specials?
Absolutely. We've got all of our products are 30% off in the booth right now, and we are doing free samples. Now, normally we do some free sampling of our EDT at a lot of our events, but here we're doing an 8-ounce bottle, which treats 200 gallons. So you can stop by the booth here at Matt's. You can get 200 gallons of fuel treated with our number one product and be able to see it work for yourself.
Don't even have that little bottle treats that much?
That's right. That's what we take pride in, Steve. It's the problem with the lubrication industry is there's been so much bull crap out there for so long that people have gotten used to pouring a ton of product in their vehicles. And the truth of the matter is most of it's filler. It's just got a bunch of filler in it. We're the only lubricant company that puts 0 filler in all our products. So you can actually get, like, for example, our EDT, that bottle that we're giving out is 8 ounces of fluid, treats 200 gallons of fuel, and it does 6 things. It does cetane, lubricity, injector cleaner, water demulsifier, rust inhibitor, and a fuel stabilizer. Each one of those 6, it tests number 1 in the industry, and we do it at that treat rate.
And you got free samples here.
Sure do.
All right, I got my news break here.
Let's get to it.
You sat down just in time to talk for 2.5 minutes.
I'm here all week.
Okay, we'll see you back.
All right, bud.
Right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Mid-America Truck Show.
USA Radio News, I'm John Summers. The number of Americans applying for first-time unemployment benefits is up. The Labor Department says it received 210,000 initial applications in the week ending March 21st, 5,000 more than the previous week's unrevised number. The White House says Iran's looking for an exit out of the war. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says since the U.S. has taken out Iran's military, it's clear to them now's the time to talk.
Their ability to attack American and ally forces, as well as their ability to defend their own territory, is dwindling literally hour by hour.
Leavitt said if Iran does not deal, the U.S. will only ramp up its military offensive against them. The Pentagon's preparing to send more troops to the Middle East as the war with Iran rages on. Richard Ingalls says, according to multiple reports, troops with the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne Division will be deployed.
The announcement came as President Trump in the Oval Office said he's already won the war.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. This war has been won.
About 1,500 soldiers from the division based in Fort Bragg are expected to be sent. The White House points the finger at Democrats as the partial government shutdown drags on. Democrats rejected a Republican proposal to reopen the Department of Homeland Security with only partial funding for ICE, and instead offered a counter-proposal Wednesday.
For the Democrats in Congress, the cruelty of this shutdown is the point. Nearly 500 TSA officers have quit since the Democrat shutdown began.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says Republicans have already offered plenty of concessions with regards to ICE. President Trump says he may call up the National Guard for more help after deploying ICE agents to some airports. One person's dead, 4 firefighters recovering from minor injuries in connection with a Bronx apartment building blaze this morning. Flames could be seen shooting out of the roof. The cause is under investigation. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
President Trump's trying to make it easier for community bankers to lend people the money needed to buy a home. Bankers say a new executive order cuts through the red tape.
Having over 200 pages of documents when really less than 10 pages really matter.
Ron Butler with the Texas Bankers Association says the more paperwork there is, the more expensive it is for banks to process. A judge ordered the arrest of former Kentucky Governor Matt Bevin. The judge signed the order after finding Bevin in contempt of court following a hearing in Louisville this week. Attorneys for Bevin's estranged adopted son Jonah filed a contempt motion earlier this month, saying the former governor has not provided financial documents that he was previously ordered to turn over. A Minnesota millionaire exposed a SNAP loophole as state leaders crack down on food stamp fraud.
A retired Minnesota engineer revealed he qualified for food stamps despite significant wealth, highlighting flaws in the state's SNAP system. Lawmakers are now considering reforms to tighten income and asset verification after fraud scandals ballooned program costs. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
For the first time in more than a decade, the NFL will open the season on a Wednesday. The league announced the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks kick off Week 1 September 9th. The change from the usual Thursday kickoff games due to the San Francisco 49ers and Los Angeles Rams playing in Australia that day. I'm John Summers, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
All righty. By the way, news, a service of Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers. complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can keep it working. There you go. Learn more at industrialinjection.com. All right, got the official word from Louis Pugh. He's running a little bit behind, but he'll be arriving momentarily, so we'll hang him up for that. Speaking of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, you will see them in multiple locales here at the Mid-America Truck Show. Here inside, they'll be in the North Lobby, booth number 40369 this year. That's near the registration area for the show when you first come in. If you hadn't got your badges in advance, if you come in, by the way, it's $10. That'll get you a pass for all 3 days. Easiest thing to do is register online, print out the little QR code, and then when you come in, you don't have to fill out the form and everything. Just, it's all there. They scan it, get your badge, and you're off to the show. You'll also be able to find Oweida's Marty Ellis in the Spirit of the American Trucker tour truck, which is near the main entrance of the parking lot out there. You can stop by the booth or the Spirit and learn more about OOIDA. You can sign up to be a member, just chat about what's going on in the trucking industry if you'd like. Memberships purchased this year at the Mid-America Truck Show, just $35, plus they say everyone who signs up, anybody who signs up here at the show or is a current or renewing member, you'll get a brand spanking new membership hat from the folks at OOIDA. I told them you'd be here momentarily. Lo and behold, there he is. Hey, Louie.
How you doing, buddy? I'm sorry I'm late.
You are. You've got a busy schedule going on here.
Yeah, a little bit.
So how's things going for day one? What do you say?
Hey, a lot of people. Everybody seems happy, smiles.
Hey, you got Norita back there too.
That's Angel.
Oh, that's Angel? All right.
Yeah, our chief of staff.
Okay.
Well, Norita's running around here somewhere.
Okay.
She's helping St. Christopher's Fund.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I mean, it's been a good first day. I was on a panel today with FMCSA about all this freight fraud and all that kind of stuff that we've been seeing.
Was Derek Bars here today, or is that tomorrow?
He's speaking tomorrow, but he's wandering around here today.
Oh, he is here.
Yeah, so keep an eye out for him, you know. And
is he actually talking to drivers and stuff?
Yeah, he's talking to truckers. He's very, very approachable. I would, if anybody sees him here, you know, by all means, go up and introduce yourself. You know, tell him what's going on. Tell him what's bothering you. He wants to hear it. He truly does.
All right, Lou, I know we've got you slated to join us a couple of times here for the next few days.
Awesome.
Obviously, once you'll be there. And are you part of the panel tomorrow with Derek, or?
No, it's an all FMCSA thing, my understanding. I'll be there watching.
Mm-hmm.
And but no, I was a panel today on freight fraud, and so that was good. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on, but I mean, it's nice. Even with high fuel and all the problems and the recession and all these things going on, everybody seems in a good, upbeat mood.
That's a good thing.
Yep. Yeah, we're getting a lot of traffic, so that's nice.
I was just kind of sharing from your landline website that Bars is going to be supposedly tomorrow, I guess, when he addresses, giving more details about the specifics of some of these rulemakings that are coming down.
Yeah, I think he's going to be talking about what they've been doing, probably touch on this English language and the non-DOMs and some other stuff, that training, parking, barrier of entry. I think you can see a lot of stuff. I hope somebody asks him, I hope he touches on this whole broker transparency thing that we petitioned FMCSA on 6 years ago in May.
Yeah. So
they're supposed to announce something in May. So hopefully they continue down that road and do that. I mean, we're fortunate. It's a fortunate time and it's nothing against the people of the past, but we got one of the best groups at FMCSA that we've ever had. And with this administration and with Secretary Duffy and Administrator Bars, you know, Bars has the enforcement background. I mean, he started as a county sheriff and worked his way up through to be top cop. You know, we have Duffy, who his family had a logging business and stuff like that. These guys really done things. They just weren't bureaucrats or,
We've seen this revolving door we talked about last year at the FMCSA, because we were talking about will Derek be confirmed at that point, I think, and you guys were at that point saying you had a good feeling about him.
Yes.
And some of us were kind of concerned, saying, he's got that CVSA background stuff, he's not going to be the right guy.
Well, and that's the thing, Steve. I go to CVSA, of course, representing small business trucking and truckers. I attend for OIDA, and that's how I got to know Derek, Administrator Bars. And, we worked together on some things there for industry. And he was always been a fair person. He's always listened to both sides. Been a couple times I wouldn't say him and I butted heads, but I had a problem and took it to him, and he helped work through it with CVSA. So, like I said, he understands trucking. He likes truckers. And he's got good, some good stories about truckers. And truckers have helped him and other lawmakers, and so he sees the value and he sees what we're going through, and he's really interested, I think, in training and making training stiffer and barrier of entry a lot stricter, and that's what we need in our industry. For 40 freaking years now, we've been operating from this premise, thanks to the American Trucking Association, that we had this bullshit driver shortage.
Yeah.
And I thankfully, with my team in D.C. and OIDA, we finally turned the tide on that. I think everybody's realizing, we never did have a driver shortage, did we?
Right.
So that's what fast-tracked all this stuff to happen. A lot of these problems in our industry right now all go to 40 years of regulating from a narrative of a driver shortage, and we're waking up, and now that the chickens come home to roost, I guess, we're waking up and finding, we were wrong, so we got to do something better.
Okay. I have a question that you may or may not have the answer to. We know they're supposedly cracking down on the English proficiency drivers. They tell us we've taken X number of 1,000 off the road. Are they taking them off the road, or are they putting them out of service and they're back on the road the next day or 2 days later? Do you know the answer to that?
Well, they're put out of service. If you're put out of service for English language proficiency, the only way you can put the truck back in service is to put an English-speaking driver behind the seat. That's it. That's the only way you can fix the problem.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't say that...
Is there a way to enforce that, though? How do you know?
Well, when you get put out of service, folks out here listen, probably if it happened to them, they put a big old sticker on you and park you, and if you leave without fixing the problem, then it's big-time fines and stuff. So if
I just peeled the sticker off and hit the road again, I could really be in trouble.
If you got caught, yeah. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't unscrupulous people doing these things, but for the most part, a lot of these guys are getting out. It doesn't mean they can't go somewhere else. Some other unscrupulous person can give them a job, but we know it seems like a lot of them are coming off the road, and it's making a dent. Crooks are always going to be crooks.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what the law is, but the majority of people, I think, are falling into line. I'm proud of the fact that OIDA was able last year to get the English language proficiency put back in the out of service with CVSA. That was because of our petition and us, and Doug Morris in our D.C. office. I call him Knuckles. He was the guy that really pushed that through, and so give credit where credit's due.
Some of the mainstream media, for the everyday person out there, not a truck driver, they hear that the media leads them to believe that this Trump administration is trying to take non-English speakers off the road. Like this is something new. That's been on the books since what, 1930 something?
I don't know how long it's been a regulation, but it's been a regulation as long as I've been in trucking.
Right.
It's never not been a regulation. And it was enforced, but in 2016, they took it out of the out of service because it was always an out of service thing. They took it out because at the time, the worry was talking to the enforcement agent on the side of the road. Well, with smartphones and stuff, they said they could use a translator service. Well, that's all well and good, but what they don't think about is signs, reading signs. If there's an emergency, you need to talk to emergency personnel, stuff like that, the safety and that, because, and as we've moved and progressed in highways, a lot of the signage, electric message boards are all everywhere now.
As I was coming down here from Cincinnati, you got to the interchange, the electronic sign, slow traffic ahead, prepare to stop. if I didn't read English, I wouldn't know the traffic stopped around the corner.
Exactly.
And it was stopped.
And unfortunately, in Missouri, a couple years ago, that happened. There was signs like that, and a couldn't read the signs, plowed right into the traffic and killed 3 people.
Yeah. All right, so, I mean, that's one topic. I really agree with you. It seems like Derek Bars and Secretary Duffy are really doing something, trying to clean things up in the industry. They've got these rules that Duffy put in place on the FMCSA's record. But what does it mean to be codified? Codified?
Codified, yes.
Codified, all right.
Yeah, because what happens if a agency like DOT, which down to FMCSA, puts out a rule making, and it gets put into rule like this non-domicile English speaking stuff.
Right.
That's a rule until we get another administration now.
And there's already lawsuits trying to fight it, right?
There's already lawsuits, but it's also a rule until we get another administration. Now, it doesn't mean they will, but if they would choose to do so, with a stroke of a pen, they can change the rule right back.
Overturn.
So codifying means we have rule like Congressman Rausser's bill now that's merged with the Delilah bill. That will codify it, which means it'll make it an act of Congress. Congress passes it. Then the only way that can ever be overturned is we have to have another act of Congress to overturn it. Administration can't. It also means these lawsuits and stuff that we're seeing out there, they all go away.
No, so some federal judge just can't come in and say, you can't do that.
You can sue you can sue an agency for a rule, but you can't sue for the Congress for the law.
That makes good sense.
Yeah, so really, we need to codify this.
Delilah's law needs to be supported.
And on the House side, it's with Congressman Rausser. We need to get that done. We need to get that passed. That's what truckers need. And you can find all this stuff that you and I are talking about on fightingfortruckers.com. That's an OIDA site. You can find out who your lawmakers are. All this and many other things that we're working on Capitol Hill is at fightingfortruckers.com.
So one thing apparently you said you addressed this morning was cargo theft or freight theft or fraud. What is it?
Well, it's a little bit of everything. It's cargo theft. It's freight fraud, cargo fraud, identity theft. Well, after COVID, we had this mass influx of motor carriers and brokers and all this capacity put in during COVID because rates and everything were off the charts. Well, when the bottom dropped out, put us into this longest freight recession in history. What happened was a lot of these folks kind of got I guess, for lack of better terms, the camel's nose under the tent and realized there was all these little ways in trucking you could kind of fraud people. And it's kind of like phishing scams and internet fraud and stuff like that. And they would steal they were stealing motor carrier and broker identities and booking loads on truckers. They would deliver the load. The trucker would send the bills in, and then that carrier would never get paid because who they sent it in was acting fraudulently. They sent it on to whoever paid the bill. They got paid, and they disappeared. And then that kind of morphed into people set up loads, got drivers to go pick them up, and then, they would call the driver in mid-load, because this stuff happens all the time in the real world, and say, hey, we can't take a load there now. You got to take it over here. And so guys didn't think anything about it. They'd go over and unload it. Well, it was all a theft deal, and they'd steal the whole load. And then the trucker, he gets blamed for stealing the freight. And the trucker's the only guy who knows. And it's just been stuff like that. And then we got these foreign dispatch services and just all this stuff. Because, again, and Administrator Bars knows this, our barrier of entry is too low. And we let all these people in through the non-domicile CDL and then motor carriers and all that stuff. We've got all these people, companies have the same addresses and all this stuff because, unfortunately, FMCSA's system was a little antiquated and couldn't keep up. So they've redoing their system. They're going to be talking about that, I think, tomorrow, the MODIS.
Okay.
To kind of strict it up. But, the next step will be ways for FMCSA, DOT to make it harder to become a motor carrier, which we need. We need it to be harder to be a motor carrier. We need to be harder to be a driver. We got to quit, like we talked about earlier, we got to quit working from this driver shortage and make it easy. It blows my mind when I go to these safety. I was at a safety conference last week, a state safe commercial vehicle motor with DOT and enforcement and just all these people and us, and everybody was talking about, how we got to help these people to get back behind the wheel and get more of these people in trucking, blah, 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 blah. And I finally raised my hand and said, you realize not everybody can do this job, right? Mm-hmm. I said, I don't understand why we're always talking about her. Trucking is the only skilled blue-collar labor job that anybody worries about fast-tracking, And the reason is, well, this guy, he might know how to drive a truck, or he drove a truck, so he's probably better than this guy. So that's why we don't want to set standards and time and all that stuff. Well, I know how to do some plumbing, and I could probably
You're
plumb.
not a plumber.
But I'm not a plumber. So
Right?
I probably should go to plumber training. What other school or education do you go to where they shortcut your hours or they worry about? And why do we do that? So we can get their butts behind the seats for these big motor carriers who don't pay them crap. They treat them like indentured service or sweatshops on wheels. And that's just the model they've been using. And, I'm hoping that some of this legislation, like our Got Trucker Act, to remove the overtime exemption and the Fair Labor Standards Act and stuff like that, we get that through where truckers get paid what they should be. A trucker's salary has not kept up with inflation since the 1970s. Truckers out here should all be making six figures.
Wow. Okay. I want to go back to, there was a original, I guess, Delilah's Law that, and I always try to be honest with you, Louie.
Right.
We had the whole breakdown. That rule included, what was it, recertification for everyone.
Yes.
And I thought that OOIDA was supporting that. And when I shared that story that night, which just happened to change 3 days later, drivers were calling in and saying, is OOIDA out of their mind? Why would I need to recertify? I've been out here for 40 years or 30 years, things like that. Does the industry need everybody to kind of get cleaned up? Because the new legislation has stripped that out, right? You no longer, who's going to have to recertify if not everyone? How do you know who has to?
Well, just to clear the air, we were in conversation when that all came out in the first place with Delilah's Law, and that was something that we weren't in favor of, and probably that's the reason it got taken out. We didn't think that. I've been driving. I was born here. I drove truck. I've been having my CDL for 31 years or 32. Why should I have to go back and recertify and other people? So we agree.
And that's what many drivers. Well, there were some drivers saying that I know that that there's probably some. We've got our own fair share of bad apples in the mix out there.
Yeah. So I think, and I apologize. I'm not up on it as much as I should be, but the way it's all, because it's been changing so quickly. But yeah, it's going to be a smaller amount. Like I think just a couple years back or something on that, where they can recertify, and we'll get you that information and you can put it out there.
Sure.
So it's exactly correct.
I was just kind of
because I don't lie to people either.
Somewhere down the line, someone must have heard something about blowback about recertification for everyone, because. What was the name of the legislator that reintroduced it like a week ago, Monday or whatever? The new version that's
on the House side, Congressman Rouser, and they took that out. And we've been working with Rouser. We were working because Rouser had a bill before, and he took the Delilah's Law and put it with his, because his bill was just a straight mirror of the rule that they put through over at DOT, and now this Delilah stuff's been added. But yeah, we agree. Not everybody need. That would be crazy if everybody had to recertify.
Well, I think the landline story actually included that it would be overwhelming. There ain't no way they're going to have how many? Aren't there really more like 6 million CDL holders when you get local delivery drivers and stuff?
Oh yeah. Just look how many people are here right now. If they all had to recertify, it's crazy.
And it was going to be within like 6 months, I think.
Yeah, it was like 6 months, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, can you imagine what the BMV will be like then?
It's already a nightmare.
I know.
So, all right. So, we got a couple minutes left here. You've got a little cheat sheet there, some of the things we're going to maybe be talking about in our visits coming up tomorrow and maybe Saturday.
Yeah, we're going to talk. We can talk about all kinds of things. The EPA mandates, pay for truckers. We cut the speed limiter, killed that. There's Duffy and Bars and the administration listening about the speed limiters, how unsafe that was. They killed that.
Is it done?
It's done as far as a rulemaking. Now, there's still a bill in Congress, the Drive Act, that would codify it to where nobody could come back, because, we get a new president, new administration, speed limiters can come back. If you get the Drive Act passed, it will not.
Okay.
So again, like I said, I can't say enough. Anybody out here listening, if you want to know, fightingfortruckers.com talks about all this stuff.
So when drivers call and ask me, well, what's the word on speed limiters? So I can tell them at least until 2028, you don't have to worry about it.
Yep, it's dead.
A new president, does a president get to choose
Well, they get to choose the leadership at the agency. Like the president gets to choose
like
Duffy and Bars and folks like that. So yeah, they'll get to choose that. So of course, it's sad. I don't feel like agencies should be political, but they've become political. It's EPA, DOT, all these places. So they're going to do whoever's in charge. That's going to be their march. I mean, face the facts. Under the Biden administration, we had all this EPA and all this environmental craziness coming. And now we got Trump, and he got rid of it. So, like I said, agencies probably shouldn't be political, though. It's just sad that that's where we've gotten to, but that's what it is.
Yeah, you mentioned the EPA stuff. So where I know they changed it where they're no longer going to, you're allowed to get a civil penalty, but not a criminal penalty, I think is the way it is, for screwing around with your truck.
Yeah, and I don't even know if you get that. Because that one poor guy went to prison, and Senator Lummis from Wyoming, who is a great senator, great friend of trucking, she got that guy out of jail and kind of pushed that. So, yeah, and EPA is going to put mandate some stuff to where you as an owner-operator should be able to kind of tell what's wrong with your truck. They're changing the D rate. That's the big thing. Like now, trucks, if they have a problem, they D rate down to 20, 25 mile an hour, which is crazy. And so now what it's going to be is you'll have, I forget the exact miles, but it's just for
something like 8,000, a little over 8,000
yeah, but
miles,
it's a stair step. Like for argument, it's like 1,000 miles that doesn't do it. Just get a light, and then after that, you lose a percentage of your power, but it doesn't derate your speed. And then it keeps, so you do get it fixed, but you have time to get it home or get it somewhere. You're not just going 25 mile an hour down the interstate.
So what do you say about these the delete kits or the tune-ups, as they call them? I mean, drivers, they do that to try to get, better fuel economy?
Yeah, better fuel economy, get the motors to last better, all these kind of things. You're technically really not still supposed to jack with that stuff. And a lot of that stuff, the manufacturers don't want you messing with it.
Right.
And it voids warranties, or it'll get to where I know manufacturers won't even work on it. So, I mean, so people probably still shouldn't be doing that. But, yeah, at least you're not going to prison if you do.
I guess that's... You might get a big fine.
Yeah, but you're not going to prison.
Okay, all right. Well, with that, Louis, that'll end our first session here. I think you got about 30, 45 minutes with me tomorrow. And
okay.
I want to get one of your sheets to see some of the stuff we'll be talking about. Things I can ask you about tomorrow, get updates. And obviously, by that point in time, Derek Bars is supposed to be giving more details tomorrow morning.
Yes.
Something about, 9 different rulemakings that there might be.
Yeah, I don't, and he'll talk about it, and I think he's going to take questions from drivers. So if you're here, I urge anybody to go in there and, be polite, be respectful, but, tell them what you're up against, tell them how things are affecting you, tell them how things they're doing. I mean, that's another good thing we've seen, this whole hours of service stuff.
Yeah. All right, so Louis will be back with me. I don't know exactly what time tomorrow afternoon, but yeah, we'll learn more, and especially the update on what Derek Bars has to say. Thanks so much for coming by to join us here.
Yeah, and if I would say one more thing, anybody out here listening to Steve's show, if you want to, if you need to renew or join OOIDA, if you use the code FIGHT25, you'll get a $20 discount. Your annual membership will be, instead of $45 a year, would only be $25. So it's FIGHT25. That you can do it online at ooida.com and save $20.
Fight 25. There you go, for listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm John Summers. The number of Americans applying for first-time unemployment benefits is up. The Labor Department says it received 210,000 initial applications in the week ending March 21st, 5,000 more than the previous week's unrevised number. The White House says Iran's looking for an exit out of the war. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says since the U.S. has taken out Iran's military, it's clear to them now's the time to talk.
Their ability to attack American and ally forces, as well as their ability to defend their own territory, is dwindling literally hour by hour.
Leavitt said if Iran does not deal, the U.S. will only ramp up its military offensive against them. The Pentagon's preparing to send more troops to the Middle East as the war with Iran rages on. Richard Ingalls says, according to multiple reports, troops with the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne Division will be deployed.
The announcement came as President Trump in the Oval Office said he's already won the war.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. This war has been won.
About 1,500 soldiers from the division based in Fort Bragg are expected to be sent. The White House points the finger at Democrats as the partial government shutdown drags on. Democrats rejected a Republican proposal to reopen the Department of Homeland Security with only partial funding for ICE, and instead offered a counter-proposal Wednesday.
For the Democrats in Congress, the cruelty of this shutdown is the point. Nearly 500 TSA officers have quit since the Democrat shutdown began.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says Republicans have already offered plenty of concessions with regards to ICE. President Trump says he may call up the National Guard for more help after deploying ICE agents to some airports. One person's dead, 4 firefighters recovering from minor injuries in connection with a Bronx apartment building blaze this morning. Flames could be seen shooting out of the roof. The cause is under investigation. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
President Trump's trying to make it easier for community bankers to lend people the money needed to buy a home. Bankers say a new executive order cuts through the red tape.
Having over 200 pages of documents when really less than 10 pages really matter.
Ron Butler with the Texas Bankers Association says the more paperwork there is, the more expensive it is for banks to process. A judge ordered the arrest of former Kentucky Governor Matt Bevin. The judge signed the order after finding Bevin in contempt of court following a hearing in Louisville this week. Attorneys for Bevin's estranged adopted son Jonah filed a contempt motion earlier this month, saying the former governor has not provided financial documents that he was previously ordered to turn over. A Minnesota millionaire exposed a SNAP loophole as state leaders crack down on food stamp fraud.
A retired Minnesota engineer revealed he qualified for food stamps despite significant wealth, highlighting flaws in the state's SNAP system. Lawmakers are now considering reforms to tighten income and asset verification after fraud scandals ballooned program costs. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
For the first time in more than a decade, the NFL will open the season on a Wednesday. The league announced the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks kick off Week 1 September 9th. The change from the usual Thursday kickoff games due to the San Francisco 49ers and Los Angeles Rams playing in Australia that day. I'm John Summers, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ready to roll into that final hour. Hey, I appreciate you spending some time with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. It's all just getting started, really. Yeah, 2 more big days coming your way. Friday, Saturday. While it feels like summertime outside the arena today, it's going to be a bit cooler for your Friday and definitely going to need to bring the winter coat, especially for early in the day come Saturday. All right, again, thank you so much, Louis Pugh, for coming by. He was able to get the answer to my unanswered question there a few minutes ago. So if Delilah's Law were to pass, who is actually going to have to recertify? And the brains, our representatives out of Washington there, specified it will be non-domiciled CDL holders. Any non-domiciled CDL holder would have to recertify. So appreciate the answer to that question. Meanwhile, he kind of passed my way a recap of 2025 as we're now moving into 2026, kind of highlighting some of the issues in the industry we're going to be focused on here in the year ahead. Top 10 recap. Things that we fought for and won for truck drivers in 2025. Number 1, we took on the costly Environmental Protection Agency mandates so you could keep more of your money. When emission rules threatened the small business truckers, OOIDA stepped in. They took the fight to the lawmakers. Bottom line, they fought to protect your ability to stay profitable while on the road. Brokers is one that he addressed here just a few moments ago. Fair pay for truckers. Shady brokers cost you time, money. We exposed them. Forced action, transparency, and fraud are now front and center, being addressed by the Department of Transportation there. Next, unfair compensation, cracking down on the non-domiciled CDLs. No doubt about it. Secretary Duffy, Derek Bars with the FMCSA, really, for the first time in many, many years, looking to do something to clean the industry up. Unfair competition cuts into your pocketbook, obviously by lowering the wages. The push right now is to get the FMCSA to stop the non-domiciled CDLs and support Delilah's Law, to codify it into law, because safety matters. Before Delilah's Law, we strongly supported Representative Rausser's bill as well. Number 4 on the list here, we helped bury the driver shortage myth. They've been working on this for decades, literally. This was the myth used for years to justify all these policies that hurt truckers. OOIDA has stood firm, working alongside the DOT, Secretary Duffy, and helped put an end to that. The conversation now is shifting to real solutions that would benefit you, not just the industry giants out there. Pushing now for stronger enforcement, including the English language proficiency, which is being done. Fighting for flexibility so you can control your schedule. Right now, we know that the hours of service rule doesn't reflect real life on the road. They had been pushing to go back to a rule. I have no idea why they actually changed this years ago. Many team operations loved to use a 5-and-5 sleeper berth or a 6-and-4 sleeper berth split. They've got the ability right now. The pilot program, pausing that 14-hour clock. How many of you out there, when you have to take your 10-hour break, you can't sleep for 10 hours. You may lay there for 5 hours and then get a 5-hour sleep. If you could split that sleeper time, you're getting rest when you feel like you need it. Speed limiters, as he just mentioned there, and I wasn't really fully up to speed on that. At least with this existing FMCSA, Derek Bars at the helm, don't worry about any further push for speed limiters. Unless it's codified under the Drive Act, it could come back. But for the moment, there you go. You're in control. There were a couple other items highlighted here. Fighting for basic respect because you deserve it. No trucker should be denied restroom access. OOIDA supports Representatives Nels. One is known as the Trucker Bathroom Access Act. We followed that for about a year now. In this day and age, especially, they say, for the female drivers. It's one thing for a guy that maybe has to take a leak. Female drivers, it's a whole different story. Trying to mandate, if you're going to have a driver sitting out there waiting to load or unload for numerous hours, you're going to allow, if you have restrooms available, you have to allow them access to the facilities. That particular rule would not require facilities that do not have existing restrooms to put out any money to install them. But where do you find facilities like that without restrooms? All right, meanwhile, moving ahead here on a Thursday afternoon, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, as Kyle mentioned here last hour, stop by the Hot Shot Secret booth, booth number 12036. All their product, 30% off here during the Mid-America Truck Show. I did save a story from the folks at Diesel Army here a few days ago where they were kind of talking about a brand new product. Hot Shot Secret pushing lubricant technology forward with the introduction of the Blue Diamond S8 Severe Duty Gear Oil. That would be an SAE 75W80. It's a fully synthetic gear oil engineered to bring uncompromising protection, measurable efficiency gains designed for the heavy-duty fleets, those using severe-duty equipment, and some emerging platforms. S8 combines the advanced chemistry with a lower viscosity profile to maximize your fuel savings. It also extends your service intervals and reduces your operating temperatures. At the heart of the Blue Diamond S8 is a 100% PAO Group 4 synthetic base oil, as they call it. Years ago, Chris Gabrelchik would come in and explain to us what a full synthetic means versus a semi-synthetic. That premium foundation allows the formulation to meet SAE 75W80 viscosity requirements with minimal reliance on any sort of viscosity improvers, helps maintain your long-term stability under extreme loads and temperatures. It is infused with the proprietary Hot Shot Secret FR3 nanotechnology and a purpose-built extreme pressure additive package engineered specifically for spiral bevel gearing common and heavy-duty drive axles. Josh Steinmetz is the Hot Shots Secret brand manager. He kind of explains the formulation advantage. A Group 4 synthetic oil requires a small amount of viscosity improvers to meet the weight specification. The EP additives used were formulated specifically for spiral bevel gearing or hypoid gearing. You combine that with the FR3 and a powerful additive package, S8 really hits the mark on everything you need in a lower viscosity gear oil. Just another of the emerging platform of Hot Shot Secret products. You'll find more details here at the Mid-America Truck Show and always via the website hotshotsecret.com.
We waited patiently, and finally we have Grand National polls in the books. And we have more coming. Welcome to the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. For the first time since the 70s, the NTPA was in Florida with superstock diesel 4x4 trucks, mini modifieds, light modifieds, and for the first time ever, 4.1 Pro Stock tractors. Full Pull caught up with light mod champion Wayne Sullivan on his way to Florida in the cab of the toter and asked Wayne if he was excited about pulling in Florida.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I had been back down there. I pulled down there back in the 70s. A town called Houston, right above where we're going to go to. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting. I used to love to go to Florida, NTPA years ago, but it's going to be a long ways to go. This fuel price is this high. It's scary, but we're going to go down and give it a try.
Last weekend in Zellwood was the first of two for the Southern Swing, and it did not disappoint. Only two classes were able to hook on Friday, but they put on a show. The Mini started off the night and the season, with Grant Theobald and the Wicked Polling Team taking the top spot with Lil Wicked going 329, followed by Adam Bauer and Iron Tour at 328, and rounding out the top three, Cody Singletary and Carolina Night Train 2 going 322. The only other class to hook were the new 4.1 Pro Stock tractors. Running in the Red took the win with a hook of 303. Second was Kevin Lindstrom and Hyper Harvester going a distance of 295, and rounding out the podium was Brian Miller and Diggin' Bone going 294. On to Saturday, with an earlier start time, all four classes were able to hit the track. In the 4.1 Pro Stocks, Kevin Lindstrom aboard Hyper Harvester took the win going 324. In second was Cody Doss and Plow Tractor 4.1 going 323. And rounding out the top three was John Deere 5020, piloted by Jerry Martin going a distance of 322. On to the Superstock Diesel 4x4s, totally out of control with Kevin Armstrong took the top spot on the podium going 318. Blake DeBrew took Flammable to 301 for second, and Jaden Littman took Something to Prove to 301 for third. On to the Superstock Diesel 4x4s. Totally Out of Control with Kevin Armstrong took the top of the podium, going 318. Blake DeBrue took Flammable to 301.22 for second, and Jaden Littman took Something to Prove 301.12 for third. The Minis were back with Adam Bauer and Iron Toy improving from Friday night, going first at 332. In second, Grant Theobald stayed on the podium with a hook of 326.93, and Cody Singletary and Carolina Night Train went 326.92 for one of the closest finishes I've ever seen, 0.01 feet separating second and third. The Light Mods rounded out the show with David Richardson aboard tag team taking the win with 318. Wayne Sullivan went 306, which was good enough for second, and Chase Smith with Outclassed getting a pole of 305 on the sled for third. Remember, the Southern Swing continues this weekend in Satsuma, Florida with the same class as hooking, streamed live on Full Pull Live. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you...
All right, if memory serves, I think this is at least year number 3 that we've been neighbors at the Mid-America Truck Show.
And it always feels good, right back at home.
Nadine, back with us again with Blue Tiger Electronics. Yep. Is it Blue Tiger Electronics, or what is your
Blue Tiger Bluetooth.
Okay. Right next door to us here at the Mid-America Truck Show. Yeah. You got some new stuff since we talked last year?
Do. Yep, so we are actually showing off our newest headset. Of course, Storm, we're all familiar with that. Blue Tiger Storm is our top seller, but we wanted to go ahead and upgrade it. So what we've done is come out with the Storm Plus. It has 45 hours of talk time, and our newest features are the flashlight inside of the microphone, and then it has a magnet ear cushion. So just some upgrades to our top seller here.
So when you say 45 hours of talk time, is that like on a charge or?
On one charge, and normally that lasts anytime we get feedback, because of course that's what we love to hear. Anywhere between 1 week should be enough to charge it. So
wow.
And then it'll last you for the rest of the week.
How long does it take to get a charge? I mean, if I plug it in for 6 hours?
3 hours.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So you get 45
3
hours.
3 hours should get you from 0 to 100.
Wow, that's a lot better than my smartphone.
Yeah, we normally charge that when we go to bed at night and hope it's ready to go in the morning, right?
So tell me, Blue Tiger, where are you guys based out of?
We're based out of Texas, but really all of us work from home now, so we're scattered across the place. Some of us are in Florida, some of us are in Texas, and yeah. We all work from home,
so are you out of Texas?
I am.
So
yeah.
How do you get the lucky straw to come up here every year? Because you're here with us every year.
I am, but I enjoy it. So anytime we're ready to go, I always have somebody else with me, but I'm normally the first one to say, when's the next show?
Yeah. So tell us about some of your other products. I mean, you've got...
So we specialize in headsets. That's what we've been doing since the beginning of time, since we started with Blue Tiger. But we do have dash cameras. We have a CarPlay adapter, and our newest thing is a Tiger Boost. It's a charger for trucks to recharge your truck.
Okay.
Yeah, that's our newest one, and I will say I'm not as familiar with it just yet, but we do have some here, and we have a guy back at our office that is really familiar with them and can hook anybody up.
So I see the set you're holding in your hand is a single head earpiece, I guess you'd say.
Yeah.
Because I know some states it's illegal to have both ears covered,
Both ears
right?
covered, yeah. So we want to make sure everybody's safe and in compliance, of course, not getting anybody in trouble out there while they're on the road and making sure that they're safe. That's always our biggest thing. So we want to make sure you're connected, able to talk to family, and of course, be connected with anyone else and stay safe on the road. So
you have choices of single ear or double ear, because let's say I'm on my break or whatever, and I want to drown out the noise of the truck and cover both ears. You have those options.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, we do have our Elite Ultimate. It is a double ear, and of course, it has the option to take off one earpiece. So whenever you do get back on the road from your break, you can pop off that second ear cushion and you're ready to go.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Driver dash cam, that's something new you say you just come out with recently?
So the dash camera has been out for about 2 years now, so it's not as new, but we do specialize in our headsets. So our headsets are normally the ones, we try to come out with a new headset every year, but we do have a dash camera, yeah. And that's something that really you don't really know if you need it, but when you do, it's really good to have it.
Yeah. Well, I talk about there's fraud out there, and it's caught on video. Sometimes people will stop and back into you and try to get out and see you. You know, it's like, I got it on camera. That's not going to work.
Not going to fly here. So,
so where are you guys? Like TA, Petro? You in truck stops or just?
Yeah, we're in all of the truck stops. We're in TA, Pilot Flying J. We're also sold on Amazon and at some of our other vendors like Rainey's and direct. So you can also see us at BlueTigerUSA.com.
And for those that are going to be here in Louisville over the next few days, you got some special deals going?
Yeah, we have deals anywhere from $20 to $50 off, so definitely come by and see us. We're at booth 12045. And of course, like we said at the beginning, we're right across the hall from
neighbors with Hot Shot Secret. Yeah, back here, and kind of, I say if you come in through the front doors, it's kind of the left rear of the north wing, in the north wing. Yeah. All right, Nadine, it's great to see you again.
Always.
What's the price range on your newer model there?
So this new one is at $150 for the show. So this is actually $20 off. It's normally $180. But we definitely have show specials, so come by and see us, and we'll be able to hook you up.
So if you're going to get in here, it's a better deal to get it here
Definitely.
than if stopping off at the truck stop.
Yeah.
All right. We may chat again here over the next few days. You never know.
Of course.
You know, if we get a window and say, hey, we got to fill a few minutes, go get Nadine.
Of course. I'm always ready to help, and we're neighbors, so we look out for each other.
Thank you so much for coming by to
always
say hi
good to
here.
See y'all.
And I hope you all have a great weekend.
Same.
What do you think about the weather? I mean, it's beautiful today. Did you bring your winter attire?
So I did not really prepare for that. It's in the 90s in Texas, so I will say I've been ready for summer since spring started.
Yeah.
And it's a little chilly here, but
well, today it's not bad.
It feels good.
It's chilly inside here. It's like 85 outside right now.
Oh, really? Nice.
But then get ready for this. It's going to be like 32 degrees Friday night into Saturday morning.
Yeah. So I might need to go grab a jacket, but
hey, buy a Hot Shot Secret hoodie.
Yeah. Nice. See, my neighbors will hook me up.
Yeah, that's right. All right, there you go. Nadine with Blue Tiger Bluetooth. All right, thanks for coming by.
All right,
we're rolling toward news break here, bottom of the hour. See who we got next up here. I think Luke LeMaster may be coming by. I think he was a little off schedule, but we'll see if he can make it in. And that's the folks with Tel 360. If you're not familiar, Tel 360, a lot of talk about truck leasing and lease purchase programs. Tel 360 is the folks that'll get you into a lease, and he'll explain why. You want to have that warranted truck. You don't have to worry about repairs at any point in time. So we're hopefully going to get to talk a bit about that. As we roll into the new year, 2026, in the trucking industry, some of the top industry concerns, obviously dominated by what are we, three and a half going on 4 years of a rather prolonged freight recession. At this moment in time, operational costs, top in the list undoubtedly right now, fuel costs, with the skyrocketing fuel prices due to the operations in Iran, rising insurance costs as well. Some of the key challenges include shortages of safe parking spaces around the country and cargo theft that continues to surge. Some of the things we'll be talking about here in the coming hours and days here at the Mid-America Truck Show. Meanwhile, news just ahead, a service of industrial injection since 1985. Diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions. From light-duty pickups to the heavy-duty equipment, it's industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm John Summers. The number of Americans applying for first-time unemployment benefits is up. The Labor Department says it received 210,000 initial applications in the week ending March 21st, 5,000 more than the previous week's unrevised number. The White House says Iran's looking for an exit out of the war. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says since the U.S. has taken out Iran's military, it's clear to them now's the time to talk.
Their ability to attack American and ally forces, as well as their ability to defend their own territory, is dwindling literally hour by hour.
Leavitt said if Iran does not deal, the U.S. will only ramp up its military offensive against them. The Pentagon's preparing to send more troops to the Middle East as the war with Iran rages on. Richard Ingalls says, according to multiple reports, troops with the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne Division will be deployed.
The announcement came as President Trump in the Oval Office said he's already won the war.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. This war has been won.
About 1,500 soldiers from the division based in Fort Bragg are expected to be sent. The White House points the finger at Democrats as the partial government shutdown drags on. Democrats rejected a Republican proposal to reopen the Department of Homeland Security with only partial funding for ICE, and instead offered a counter-proposal Wednesday.
For the Democrats in Congress, the cruelty of this shutdown is the point. Nearly 500 TSA officers have quit since the Democrat shutdown began.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says Republicans have already offered plenty of concessions with regards to ICE. President Trump says he may call up the National Guard for more help after deploying ICE agents to some airports. One person's dead, 4 firefighters recovering from minor injuries in connection with a Bronx apartment building blaze this morning. Flames could be seen shooting out of the roof. The cause is under investigation. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
President Trump's trying to make it easier for community bankers to lend people the money needed to buy a home. Bankers say a new executive order cuts through the red tape.
Having over 200 pages of documents when really less than 10 pages really matter.
Ron Butler with the Texas Bankers Association says the more paperwork there is, the more expensive it is for banks to process. A judge ordered the arrest of former Kentucky Governor Matt Bevin. The judge signed the order after finding Bevin in contempt of court following a hearing in Louisville this week. Attorneys for Bevin's estranged adopted son Jonah filed a contempt motion earlier this month, saying the former governor has not provided financial documents that he was previously ordered to turn over. A Minnesota millionaire exposed a SNAP loophole as state leaders crack down on food stamp fraud.
A retired Minnesota engineer revealed he qualified for food stamps despite significant wealth, highlighting flaws in the state's SNAP system. Lawmakers are now considering reforms to tighten income and asset verification after fraud scandals ballooned program costs. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
For the first time in more than a decade, the NFL will open the season on a Wednesday. The league announced the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks kick off Week 1 September 9th. The change from the usual Thursday kickoff games due to the San Francisco 49ers and Los Angeles Rams playing in Australia that day. I'm John Summers, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
This would normally be where our friend Rick there in Columbus chimes in via Facebook to tell us, hey, Steve, you're rounding third, headed toward home. And I always say, yeah. At 4:30 in the morning, it's always a good feeling to say, we've almost made it there. Well, here we are, live from Louisville, Kentucky at, 4:30 in the afternoon. And I have that same feeling. We're kind of rounding third, headed toward home. What do you think, boss man? Mr. Kruger joins us once again here. How's day number one been? I think things going good over at the Hot Shot Secret booth.
Yeah, I'd say day number one is a success, almost in the books here as we round third. I appreciate that analogy. I'm a travel softball coach myself, so whenever I can sprinkle in the baseball, softball analogies, I do. Booth's been busy today.
Which is good on a Thursday.
It is
I mean,
good.
normally things really kind of pick up Friday and Saturday. Yeah.
Yep.
Traditionally,
correct. We've got a lot of interest in the in our Defender additive that prevents crystallization in your DEF fluid and lubricates the DEF injector.
Is that something that's only for like a cold weather scenario?
No, that's year round.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, that'll be year round. You can get crystallization in your DEF fluid year round. Our product will also help eliminate those crystals once they've already started. And, that DEF fluid, it's really dry by nature, and we add a little bit of lubricity to that so that the injector that's putting that into the fuel system has a longer life and runs a little better.
So when you get the crystallization, is that where it starts plugging up your DEF filter and you have to pay several grand to get it cleaned up or something?
Yeah, it can lead to different problems with the fuel system and your fuel delivery. Obviously, if you have a product that's like DEF, which is, when you buy it in the in the carton, it's crystal clear or it's got a little bit of a tint to it, but then over time it develops these crystals. You don't want to have that in your system.
Okay. And is that just based on shelf time or something, or just naturally?
I'm not sure. That's for the guys in the innovation department. But it's something that occurs. It is a problem. As the government tries to regulate these emissions and adds these additional add-ons or these additional mandates for the trucks. Unfortunately, crystallization of the DEF fluid is one of them.
Do you know if more guys are buying DEF by like the tote, the gallon jugs, or do they get it at the pump through the bulk?
So if you're an over-the-road trucker, you're going to be getting that at the pump. Some, like passenger pickup truck gas stations, will have an option to have diesel and DEF at the pump. But I believe the most common, source for pickup truck users like myself would be at like AutoZone or
Gotcha.
Riley's Advance.
Yeah.
And you're just adding it yourself.
Yeah. So we talked a little bit earlier, this first hour of the program, you kind of dropped on us. I mean, I was really surprised that the name Valvoline, which everybody knows, is kind of entwined, intermingled now with Gold Eagle.
Right. Yeah, we started a partnership with them, a licensing agreement in September of 2025, to package all of their additives, their fuel system additives, their oil additives, basically anything that's not, brake fluid, brake cleaner, anything that's not oil, right? The Valvoline, that's kind of their bread and butter, but they wanted a packager that they could rely on, that was one source for all of these different items that are in a lot of cases functional fluids, gear oil, gear lube, products like that. And we're piggybacking off the very successful Restore and Protect campaign, which Valvoline started, I believe, a little over a year ago, where they have an oil that, through regular uses restores your internal parts of your engine somewhat back towards factory standard, right? Gets rid of the sludge, gets rid of the varnish. So at Gold Eagle, we've come up with products on the fuel system side to piggyback off of that Restore and Protect campaign, and we've created a fuel system additive that you can use in conjunction with the Restore and Protect oil. When you're doing that oil change, take our Restore and Protect, or Valvoline's Restore and Protect fuel system cleaner, throw that in your fuel tank, so every 3,000, 5,000, whatever your oil change intervals are.
So do they give you like a proprietary blend of something, or do you develop it for them?
We develop it. So that's a good question. So we have similar to Hot Shot Secret, we have our own innovation lab in Chicago. We develop all of our own formulas in partnership with our suppliers, our additive suppliers. One of our gentlemen in innovation, he's been there almost 50 years, knows this business inside and out, very well respected, helps us identify issues and challenges in the marketplace that the consumer wants to solve. And as a result, we created this Restore and Protect fuel system cleaner, that multi-fuel system cleaner that is kind of in partnership and piggybacks off the oil program with Valvoline.
So you're making, is it products for gas and diesel engines, or one or the other?
We're primarily gasoline. And
Gotcha.
That's another good question. When we look at our company, Chicago is basically more focused on the gasoline side, especially with the acquisition of the Hot Shots brand. We have some diesel products in the stable lineup, but we consider the folks at Hot Shots there are diesel experts. In Chicago, we're the gasoline experts. There is some overlap, but not a whole lot. Hot Shots has a diesel extreme product, which is very good. So that there's some crossover there into the gasoline side. But mostly Chicago, these Valvoline products are all based around the gasoline engine.
So these are going to have the Valvoline name on it, but
correct.
Actually coming out of Gold Eagle.
Yeah, packaged in Chicago. Correct. Yep. In partnership with the Valvoline marketing team. Obviously it's their brand.
Yeah.
So they have to approve all of the new concepts, so the new items that we're currently developing that we're going to roll out later in the fall and next year. They have to approve that. We've got to get labels through their marketing and legal department. So there are some restrictions and guardrails on what we can do, but they've trusted us to be an expert in this area and to help them grow their non-oil side of the business.
I'm assuming when you get a name that's well known and probably sells in large quantities, have you had to expand production capabilities and whatnot, like out of Chicago, or?
We have not. We are very flexible. We've got a very large facility that allows us to shrink with volume, expand with volume. When we get projects like this and partnerships like this, we usually purchase a lot of bottles, caps, and things through suppliers, but we also have our own in-house blow molding operation, so we can, if there's times where we can't get bottles, we can make our own bottles in-house. But we've got a real good flexible staff. We can run 3 shifts, we can run weekends. It's just a matter of, meeting the demand.
I remember during the pandemic that Hot Shot Secret was having certain bottles and products they were having a difficult time getting. And then they had some bottles that they wanted to kind of develop on their own. I think one had like an extended neck for some sort of product that has to go into them special fillers.
Yes.
Gas fillers.
Yeah.
Can you help them do that kind of stuff now?
Well, we so those bottles that they bought during the pandemic, we unfortunately inherited most of those. People bought whatever they could get their hands on, and then when things returned back to normal, air quotes, a lot of those old bottles had to be either destroyed or resold. As far as the neck and the neck finish in those bottles, we have helped Hot Shots develop a twin neck bottle that is capless compliant. That is our own design, our own proprietary design. And we use that for the everyday treatment products. On the Hot Shots brand, we can use that for the Stable brand. It's got many uses internally because it's such a versatile bottle. And it was a team effort to get us to that bottle. It's, designing a bottle doesn't sound very sexy and, very fun. But, there's a lot involved, especially on these capless systems. But we got it right. We got a trademark on it. We own the rights to it. We have the patent. It's been widely accepted by the consumer. Easy to use. Again, not to be redundant, but especially for the capless systems. And it's been a good addition to the lineup.
Who had the ingenious idea of creating that bottle you squeeze to get your dosage amount just right, like with the Stay-Bill? So you need 2 ounces. That's a pretty ingenious idea there.
I don't know who created that. There are many measurement chamber type bottles in the market. I know that when we first bought the Stable brand, it was in a can, kind of like a lighter fluid can. But somewhere over the last 70 years now owning that brand, I think it's 50 years owning that brand. That dual chamber was developed with the measurement for the ounces, and it's kind of like our trademark. I mean, it is our trademark bottle, but without the trademark, it's kind of what Stable's known for, right? You've got the measure chamber, and you need 2 ounces. You need 1 ounce. Just squeeze it, fill it up, pour it in your gas can.
Otherwise, you had to just tip and try to measure on the little side numbers and whatnot.
And there's some of that too. Like we do make some products that are not a twin neck bottle that have the measurements on the side. It's just what the consumer prefers and the size that the consumer prefers.
So can you give me a little bit of an update there? It's been a while since I've been to Mount Gilead, but I know that a couple of years ago they were talking about doing some sort of an expansion and having being able to make bulk quantity, big tote containers to be able to bottle more product. And they were also talking about maybe building expansion. Has that stuff been ongoing? Or?
Well, I can tell you that one of the benefits for Gold Eagle purchasing the Hot Shots brand is that, we do things at a large scale in Chicago. So we took that same mentality to Ohio, and we're blending and storing our chemistry in larger volumes. We've moved away from, in a lot of ways, from totes and drums to vertical storage or blending tanks. We've got a tank farm in Ohio that allows us to, room for expansion. So just to do things at a bigger scale, more economies of scale, buying more from our suppliers, being more meaningful to our suppliers, more sticky with our suppliers. And that's kind of how we built our operations in Chicago as well. As we try to do everything in as biggest runs and as big as bulk as possible, because the larger the volume, usually the cheaper it is.
I mean, for the longest, obviously, especially when you go back starting at a pole barn, Chris was making stuff in small batches, right? And I could bottle up a few bottles a day or whatever, and then he had to expand on that. And when things kind of took off, it's like we got to find a way to get more product, to bottle more, to get it out.
And that's probably the story of every blender and packager. You start off small and then you scale it as necessary. So that's what we're doing in Ohio. We're they started off what we would say small, and we're just scaling that business as the consumer demand requires it. And thus far the consumers have been very happy with the current lineup that we purchased in 22, and then the innovation that we've had since then.
I can recall a time when there were actually kids putting stickers and labels on the bottles individually to put them in a. I see the videos on YouTube and TikTok. I mean, you've got all this automation now.
Well, let's be careful. Those kids were Chris's kids, so there was no child labor involved. If anybody's listening,
right. He had the family out there helping.
That was the Gabralchuk family. He's got a big family, and had plenty of kids to get that operation done. But that was obviously before my time. But Chris would tell us during the courtship acquisition process about his wife and his kids,
the days of
filling
inception.
the bottles and labeling the bottles, and Chris even throwing product in the back of a van, of a dry van, and driving down to Columbus or driving to Cleveland or Cincinnati, wherever, to deliver the product.
So the automation lines now have the capability of hundreds or thousands of bottles a day, or
thousands. It just depends on the configuration. We have a line in Chicago for one of our products that is doing something like 100 and some bottles a minute for 8 hours a day. Sometimes we'll run it 2 shifts. I mean, you get these products that you just kind of set it and forget it, and the machine does all the work.
All right, we'll get a final time out here, but come back and kind of wind things down for day one, believe it or not, of the Mid-America Truck Show. Coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, so I do know, I talked to Kyle earlier, mentioned that, of course, for those making it here into Louisville for the Mid-America Truck Show, 30% off, I believe, was his word on all products here. That's what he said. Did the boss know that?
I was not aware.
Uh-oh.
But Kyle's the boss today.
And I haven't really had a chance to peek over. Normally they have some truck show specials, these boxes that they put together for a super discounted price. I don't know, $259, $200. I don't know what they are. Did they have the deals over here this year? Do you know?
I haven't seen them, but I know that, little inside baseball here, that when we come to the shows like this, we don't want to leave with product.
And they always, he said there's always a limited quantity of, there's only so much product they can put into these boxes. But
yes,
I do know in the past, if you come in, say, on a Friday morning and you want to make sure you get it before the product's out of stock, you can come back and you can put your card on it or whatever. And Kyle can put it in the storage back here and hold it for you till the end of the day. I know that's always a feature. And you got some of these big drums of product. If you don't want to lug it around with you all day, you nobody walking around with a dolly,
Yeah, 5-gallon pail.
Yeah,
right.
so we can hold it back here for you.
Absolutely, yeah. If you come here and you want to get ahead of the rush on Friday and Saturday, specifically Saturday afternoon, we will. You can pay for the product. We'll hold it for you, and then you can pick it up at your convenience. The demand on Friday and Saturday will be a little bit greater, well, actually much greater than it is today, as we see some foot traffic increase.
And I know they always talk about, Kyle was always saying that they've got deals if you can become, what is the term?
A dealer.
A dealer?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, we have the opportunity, and it's at different price points for someone who, preferably owns their own diesel shop where they're doing work on diesel engines. They're the local guru, the local expert. They're someone that people in the community or the surrounding areas trust. That has maybe somewhat of a following as far as good repeat customers that because they're doing a good job. Those are the kind of people we like to sign up as dealers and have
what
them
about is it a fleet deal?
It doesn't have to be. It can be your local mechanic that's got 2 bays, maybe 4 bays, maybe 6, and who's just working on diesel trucks. You can become a dealer. We'll sell you our product. You can either use that product, as a kind of a do it for me, and then you do it for the customer, or you can sell it to the customer. So let them do it, DIY or DIY. Let them do it themselves. We provide racking and maybe a rug and some countertop things to help you promote the product. And it's a good way for a dealer to, not only have some additional revenue stream, but provide products that solve a lot of problems for the diesel truck owners that they're going to have anyway. And whether you're buying it at Walmart or buying it at AutoZone or O'Reilly's or Advance, you might as well buy it from your local dealer.
If I've got a medium-sized fleet of trucks and I say I'm going to need X amount, I'm going to do this many trucks. Yep. Do you can get like a bulk discount for
Absolutely.
Signing up for
Absolutely, yeah. Those are things that, as the it's based on the size of the dealer and then on the discretion of Bud, who leads our dealer network, and his team. But, based on what you're looking for and what we think your volume might be, there'll be discounts there. Obviously, if you're a larger fleet and you're going to be ordering, every couple of weeks pallets, you're going to get a better price break than if you're a dealer who's just ordering once in a while.
So there's somebody here that anybody interested in those kind of things could talk to and get all the details and all that kind of stuff over the next few days.
Come to the booth, ask for Bud, and we will set you up.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, final 2 minutes here. Anything we want to touch on that we haven't yet?
I hate to sound repetitive, but the Hot Shots brand has been really, really good for the Gold Eagle family of brands. I would say it's probably our best acquisition to date.
So it was a good decision. I mean,
it was a great decision.
Anytime you go into something new, just like you keep your fingers crossed that this is going to work. We're going to blend. We're going to jive and everything.
Yeah. And you do it in the middle of a pandemic.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. It's been great. Our two cultures are very similar. Gold Eagle's a family-owned company for 94 years. The Hot Shots brand was owned by Chris for 20 plus years. We've it's like merging two very similar families, but there is some dysfunction. There'll be the crazy uncle at the dinner table on Thanksgiving. You get that here too, and from both sides, not just from one side.
Right.
It's been a really good synergies, and we continue to integrate the companies. The biggest thing about acquisitions is integration of cultures and people and processes, and it's still ongoing, but it's fun, it's challenging, and to date, fingers crossed, we've had a lot of success.
Very good. I think we've had a pretty successful day number one. That was quite the surprise. I don't know. Did Sarah know you were going to present her with a donation this year? Or?
I would say that she did not.
I didn't think so. Because you kind of caught her off. That was really cool. Anybody heard from Chris? I haven't heard from him in about a year. A couple of folks were saying, you think he'll show up? I said, I don't know. Is he still involved in any form or fashion, or is he just sipping margaritas on the beach?
I think I'm not sure Chris is a drinker. I forget if he is, but no.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
we drank. We went on a cruise together.
Okay. I did talk to him last week. We do rent a distribution center from him. We have some other small business dealings with him, but as far as the Hot Shots brand, I think he is hands off. He sees the things that our retail team has brought to the game and the growth and the distribution. So it's in capable hands.
I knew I can say one thing, because before he exited, he said, I just want to make sure whenever I drive by that facility that everything's looking good and in operation. I don't want to see any shuttered doors, and he's not seeing that.
Not seeing that at all. That's right.
Thank you much, Mr. Kruger, boss man. I appreciate you helping me finish things out here this Thursday afternoon, day number one of the Mid-America Truck Show. We'll be back live at the noon hour Friday to do it all over again Hope you can tune us in or be here, see us in person live in Louisville, Kentucky.